All right, everybody, welcome to the extended live stream here. This is our 5,000 subscriber and 1 million view special. Congratulations on realizing the channel exists. And by the way, if you want to join the live stream, you can do so. There is a link below this very video to the Discord chat. You can find the Discord voice channel on our homepage at smashomash.com. And yeah, today we'll be talking about whatever you want. In fact, you'll have the rare opportunity to actually have your voice heard on the channel. Right there's the Discord voice channel. So if you want to actually join, and you'll be a few seconds behind, like I think it's about a 9-second delay. So there you go. Them's the facts. And yeah, welcome to the 5,000 subscriber special. And we couldn't have done it without people like you. So cheers. We may have some chugs, some official chugs later if you'd like to haze people into space weather. Right now, drinking straight club soda. And let's talk CMEs. Well, right on cue, we've got one happening as we stream the video. So that's not half bad. We'll take it. And it's a great day to be streaming here in eastern Pennsylvania, as we've got, I think, something like probably 8 inches of snow fell last night. Quite a bit of snow there. It was very lightweight snow, so one of those snows where you could practically clean it up with a broom if you wanted to. Now, I'm not sure why the thumbnail ended up like it was. Thumbnail looked very strangely. But, yeah, I mean, streaming seems to have worked, though, so cheers. Once again, thanks to all of our viewers, as we've reached not only 5,000 subscribers, but also 1 million views. So that's always a good thing. And, yeah, there's something weird went on with the thumbnail. I don't know what's going on there. I made a thumbnail specifically for this video, and I've got to change that. So let's do that so we've got the right thumbnail up there. There we go. Now it should look more normal. So press that share button if you would, folks. And I'm going to play another track, and I'm going to step away for just a moment. Pardon the late start, but I'll be back. This will be an extended stream that will go on for hours and hours. And there may be chugs later. So make sure you stay for that. Stay tuned is what I meant. Make sure you stay tuned for that. And yeah, it's exciting stuff. And what's super cool too is that we've finally started using advertisements. So I don't know if you were aware of this, but it's pretty hard to get views on a YouTube channel. It's practically impossible to get YouTube views on a channel. And so, the move from 1,000 subscribers when you can monetize your channel up to 5,000 subscribers is not what you'd call easy. All right. So, it's hard enough to get to 1,000. All right. And our channel got to about 170 subscribers just with making strictly comedy content, pretty much. I mean, I was making fake news alarmist weather reports. That was where the channel started out. And, telling people to strap on your helmet and get your kayak all ready for the incoming floods and things like that. And, it was because there was a lot of alarmism on YouTube at the time, and that's part of the reason why we started making daily space weather videos in the first place, pushing 7 years ago. Having missed, I'd say, what, less than 15 days in over 6 years. We probably missed maybe about, what, less than 10 days, I think, right, Smash Staff? So less than 10 days over 6 years, putting out a space weather video every day. And, of course, the detail's been getting more and more exquisite as we get closer to solar maximum. So, yeah, once again, thanks to everybody who's tuned in. Thanks for leaving a comment. Nay. And yeah, again, tell your friends and foes if you want to be on the live stream. You can see right down there in the lower right hand corner, that's the Discord voice channel. That is live right now, so I'm connected to it currently. And you know, if you want to actually join the channel, then just join the Discord chat. Now I'm going to play another track for you here. I'm going to bring up some different imagery, and I'm going to step away again here for a minute. We're going to put up some 48-hour SDO videos. So let's do the 131 angstroms wavelength. That's a real good 48-hour video. There we go. All right. And again, I'll be right back, folks. So enjoy another track here from GCPR record label, Golden Cat Productions. And thanks for leaving comments, Jim Kirk. That was You, Me, Us, by the way. And if you enjoyed the tracks, you can check them out on the Spotify music page. At least that's where I was playing them through. That's also on YouTube Music. You can buy them through Amazon. Golden Cat Productions. You'll find it all over the internet. Original music that you probably never heard. The epitome of indie. We're so indie that nobody knows who we are. So, yeah, we started the record label back in the year 2000. And, yeah, there's that. And, dude, I don't know what kind of links you're putting in the chat, but if you want trouble, keep placing links in the chat and watch what happens. By the way, whatever link that is unvetted. So we don't recommend anybody click it because I have no idea what the video is. So, consumer tip, beware of placing links in our chat or there will be repercussions. So, that is a prime way to get muted or banned or things like that. So, yeah, I don't know why you would ever put something so ridiculous in the chat. Don't let it happen again. Because if you post links that are not to our videos or our own websites, expect repercussions. And that brings me to an important point. Why we started the channel in the first place. What I noticed was that nobody was covering the content that I wanted to see. So that is why the channel was created. And to this day, nobody creates the content that I want to see. If they did, I might stop making the videos. But there is no daily space weather content like ours. There is no competition. Shout out to Tamitha Skov, a channel that puts out a video every 8 to 12 days, something like that. So, not competition. And if Tamitha put out a video every day, it would probably be superior to our channel. But she doesn't. She puts out videos like less than once a week. So, and they're spectacularly great. She's doing it a little bit differently than we are. I mean, she's got her own custom graphics. Like, she's basically starting to look like a weatherman or a weatherwoman. And yeah, she's excellent at it. And her all of her custom skins that she uses, that she plugs in the geomagnetic storm forecast, is brilliant. I mean, it's not like I couldn't do it. Like, look what's going on here. You know, if I wanted to do all that kind of stuff, it would just be done. It's, you know, it's not like we have any kind of a lack of ability to make special effects and so on. We can make all that stuff. It's just, it has to do with incentives. So, for anybody who's only reading the chat, again, let me reiterate. Don't post unvetted links in our YouTube chat ever. You know, we won't mute. We generally will not ban anybody. Zero users are muted on our channel. 0 users. So it's just because they follow the rules. I mean, look, I was involved in running gaming servers over a decade ago. So it's not like I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to, you know, rule enforcement on you know, chat rooms and so on. So don't screw around. Don't screw around and you won't need to find out what it's like. I don't know why he's talking about the reverse Kashmir effect. And I really don't care because it pisses me off royally when people put unvetted links into our chats. So anyway, don't do it. And let's get back to how the channel was founded. So again, there was 0 content that was covering the daily space weather stuff that we wanted to cover. And then when we started doing it, when we got to 1,000 subscribers and we monetized the channel, we realized what the market was like. In other words, what other people were viewing on YouTube for their daily space weather content. And I've looked at all those channels. They are not acceptable. So that's part of the reason why the channel exists in the first place. Because of nonsensically terrible coverage of space weather. Like, space weather doesn't need to have a bunch of propaganda in it. It really doesn't. I mean, yes, there's propaganda everywhere, and of course, people have certain opinions on stuff. That's fine. I'm able to get along with anarchists as well as communists. All right? I get along with them all just fine. I do not care about your politics. I 100% do not care. I am not interested in boring shit like that. Boring nonsense that has almost zero effect on your life in real terms, not interested. More interested in actual pragmatic realism. Pragmatic realism. That is my political affiliation. Pragmatic realism. So regardless of what letters behind your name, what state you live in, what color you wear, like, don't care. Do not care. I care about substance, not a bunch of nonsense. Substance, not nonsense. And yeah. And the pseudoscience. Like, not going to tolerate the pseudoscience. You know, people say stuff that makes no sense, and they think that they're schooling me on science. I love it. I mean, the comments are priceless when it comes to YouTube comments. So leave some that are interesting, not links to it. What is that? A Harry Potter video or something? Why would you post that? All right. Anyway, I'm over it. And so yeah, what if we show some ancient videos? Should we show some ancient videos? Should we do that? By the way, speaking of ancient videos, this video has been demonetized for your viewing pleasure for no discernible reason. So yeah. What the? I don't know. The title, everything got changed on the video. That's perfect. It's supposed to be, I don't know what happened there. Something funky went on. You know, when there's a software update, sometimes it'll like revert to old live stream settings. And it's got totally the wrong description. Jeez. All right. So yeah, that link to the Discord chat that I talked about at the beginning of the stream, it's not there yet. It's not there yet. Because some stupid settings got changed. Well, it is there via smashomash.com, I'm sure, but had to switch the thumbnail and so on. There we go. There's the actual. Perfect. And it should be on, let's see, is it on a playlist? I don't know. I think it was on one. I think it was on Streaming Because Reasons. So yeah, again, the channel originated making fake news weather reports. So I'm going to go back in time and show some of those. Streaming Because Reasons should be the playlist. And I think we have playlists. Yeah, we have playlists linked below this video. So, you know, check those out if you haven't seen them. Oh my gosh. So we're gonna show like some clips here from some ancient videos. Just bear with me a moment. It's like the playlist that I'm trying to add this to. Oh, here we go. All right, excellent. Yeah, so if you go to the home page, let's switch over to that. Oh man, I'm like fumbling all around the controls because I'm not used to live streaming to YouTube. All right, here he is posting another. Well done, Jim Kirk. You are a scholar and a genius. Maybe he's not listening to what I've said on the stream. All right. That's annoying and obnoxious. There you go, Jim Kirk. Enjoy that 10-minute timeout. You'll perhaps consider that next time you idiotically put links. What the hell? You think it'd be easy to comprehend? Whoops. My bad. Dave Tedball was collateral damage there. He got smashed and mashed in the fray. All right, you've got your wrench back. Oh man. Anyway, if you go to videos on the main page on YouTube and you sort by oldest, you'll find some goofy stuff in there. And like this one. Fredro, no. Here's Fredro smashing his glasses. He's a smart guy. Fredro is completely kaplastered. Fredro is completely kaplastered. And, yeah. Yep, that's a thing. Fredro smashing his glasses. And then you've got ownage food and drink videos. Here's my ice bucket challenge. You ever see my ice bucket challenge? Well, here it is. I challenge Brad Frederick, Sam Afif, and Adam Marks. Yeah, how's that? That's a good ice bucket challenge, right? Never saw that one before, did you? Of course, we've got dry ice detonations as well, underwater dry ice detonations, but we won't worry about that. Yeah, we've got me wearing a massive mustache. That's a thing. All right, so check it out. Here comes some fake news alarmist weather reports. Let's see, what do we got? I was shooting these things on a phone back in the day, folks. So, all right, here we go. Fake news weather report alarmist style. This one looks better. All right, here we go. It's the Smash-O-Mash alarmist weather update. Motorcycle helmet in a cave would be a good strategy. That would be great. Maybe a full-face motorcycle helmet in a cave would be a good strategy for surviving. Oh. So yeah, there's one of the fake news alarmist weather reports. That was fun times back then, folks. Fun times. Just making ridiculous videos, and we got to about 170 subscribers by making the alarmist fake news weather reports. So now I don't know what that second link that Jim Kirk there posted was. I mean, but the rule of thumb is just don't post links and you don't get timed out. I mean, I think that's the first time we've ever done that. Could you be any more of a douche than like 1 minute after I say don't post links, posting a link? Smart people on planet Earth. They hear what they want to hear. And considering the level of nonsense and propaganda on YouTube, that's not necessarily a good idea. All right, anyway, let's show some other old clips here. I'm going to show an old clip from a space weather video and try not to be completely embarrassed while viewing it, because they were ridiculous. I mean, some complete garbage there. Of course, that's what happens when you listen to people on the internet who sound very confident and are completely full of crap. So, I mean, that like this is a standard feature on YouTube. You know, it's you've got this ongoing nonsense. And, you know, I'm sure there's like a revolving door on a lot of these channels. Like all the silliest channels, people subscribe, and then a couple videos in, they go, what did he say? And then they do a little bit more research, and they go, this guy's a complete douche. This guy thinks the universe is electric. This guy, I mean, oh my gosh, the stuff that I've heard. Yeah, oh, the sun's a neutron star, folks. The sun's a neutron. Yeah, that explains everything. Yeah, beta decay just explains everything. The sun's a neutron star. Case closed. Cosmology solved, folks. The sun's a neutron star. Like, this is the kind of crap that you hear. I mean, it's prolifically ridiculous. Just posting on the community post, by the way, on YouTube here, because since the video got all funked up and demonetized and the title got magically changed, I don't know what the hell went on there, but we've got it all fixed, and now we'll share on community posts. So again, please press the share button, because apparently it takes over a half an hour to get a video established, which is okay, since this one's going to be lasting maybe all day. This might just eventually meld into the daily space weather video. It's entirely possible, because it's not like I have a separate profile or anything for live streaming versus creating the DSW videos, which is sort of another part of the channel story. We did a lengthy period of time where we streamed the videos live, putting out like a hour and a half to 2 hour video every morning at like 4 o'clock in the morning. It was berserk. That was before YouTube further trashed its own software. Just a moment here. There we go. Sharing on the community posts. YouTube.com/smashomash/community. If you haven't seen the community posts, you're missing the other channels' videos that we recommend all the time. All kinds of stuff like music videos, a brief history of Johann Sebastian Bach, and, you know, all kinds of random stuff. Yeah, sorry about that vacant premiere that popped up. There was some optimization that we had to do of the streaming software. We use a software called OBS for both our streaming and our video recordings. And something funky went on because we'd been having massive lags in our live stream. So we optimized it, and then that changed some other setting that we weren't aware of, and the stream didn't initialize, so that's why it was late to start. And software updates. Software updates did it. And, you know, we prefer not to like start another private live stream just to test and see if it works. You know, that's a huge pain in the ass. So, but whatever, it's fine. It seems to be working now. And again, if you want to join Discord, let me actually obtain the link. I'm going to actually put the link in the description of the video. And that's why I'm wearing the earpiece. The earpiece, I'm wearing that only for the sake of Discord. I mean, if I'm playing music, that way I'll be able to hear the music. In fact, let me cue up some more Golden Cat Productions. If you've never heard of them before, we're not surprised. Here's a track that came out around, must have been 2006, I think, 2005, 2006, something like that. It's called Conclusivity. And by the way, we own all the rights to these tracks, so we could take them down at any point. There are no contracts. I own everything, all of the publishing, all of the everything. And, of course, Conclusivity was made 100% by me. There was no collaboration whatsoever. So I'm going to find another old clip here. Yeah, so that one's called Conclusivity. I've got a great clip for you here, so check this one out. Maybe you'll like it. Maybe it'll make you mad. Ah, yes. So check this out. Here's another one of our fake news weather reports. I don't know what this is going to be, so let's just brace ourselves.
Which in the pre-dawn hours is going to show you this atmospheric river right here. You can see it's formed in the clouds right in this area. So there's your atmospheric river. Here's your atmospheric lake. Here's a bunch of hot water. And here's a Georgia and Florida border. All right, there we go. We've done some art for you. Now, remember, on your way doing meteorology, don't drink. And if you drink, well, you can still do meteorology, but it won't be as accurate. Ha ha!
Okay. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. Making ridiculous videos. Got us to about nearly 200 subscribers. I think maybe 170, something like that. And then it kind of leveled off. You know, there's not that much of a market for fake news alarmist weather reports. I mean, let's face it. Most people don't like their nonsense that nonsensical, right? I mean, they were real weather reports, but they they included a bunch of extraneous nonsense. Because YouTube. That's Google. And yeah, by the way, it's RC Cola, if you're wondering. It's half RC Cola and half club soda. Oh my God, is that delicious. And if you want to school me about sugar, can we do it while riding up a mountain on bicycles? Can we do my schooling that way? Would that be the most effective schooling in your opinion? Please, by all means, tell me in the comments all the things you'd like to school me on. That's a thing that many of our viewers are really, really gung-ho about. I'm going to say a word that I learned in science today, and you're going to go, okay, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but thanks. Like a guy today, he said, this is a Twitter conversation from today. The guy said, what about the osmium solid core of Earth? Or something like that. And I'm like, osmium? Why osmium? Why is that there? And he says, Markland convection. So the Earth has an osmium core because of Markland convection. I guess that's what he means. He doesn't actually say that, but I guess that's the logical conclusion to derive from this nonsensical statement. So yeah, that's... Anyway, like I said, if you head to smashomash.com, you will be able to find the Discord channel there. So if you want to actually be on the live stream, for once we'll actually allow that. And going forward on our live streams, that's going to be a future thing. You'll be able to just connect to the Discord chat, and I'll be able to hear you as soon as you talk in this earpiece. So that's why I wear the earpiece. I mean, if you're not in there, I don't really need to. As you can see, there's only one viewer in there right now. Only one. And of course, I've got my mic currently muted. I just unmuted it. There you can see me flashing green, right? So yeah, it's live. And yeah, you can actually call into the show for once. And, if you want to debate me about why Earth's core is made of osmium because Markland convection. I mean, it's just genius. Genius. People say, one of the things that we used to hear, we don't hear it that much anymore because I've lambasted it so much, I think, that most people know that they're just going to get lambasted if they say, everything's electric. That's one of my favorite ones. Everything's electric. I'm like, okay, is a styrofoam cup electric? Are the tires on your car electric? They're insulators. Like, are they electric? And usually their response is, but electron repulsion is what makes an object solid. It's like, okay, does that make it electric? And another one that we hear constantly is people study quantum mechanics and they don't understand science, and they say, everything's connected. And I go, is it? Is it? Are you connected to Jupiter's moon Ganymede when it's on the opposite side of Jupiter and you can't even see it? Everything's connected. Everything's connected. Is it, though? Like, are you sure about that? Are you connected with a thing that you can't measure? Because if so, I'd like to know how. That's certainly not science. A thing that I can't possibly prove in any way, like the multiverse, is a thing because it's a theory. So therefore, it has to be real because everything's connected and everything's electric. Yeah, okay. I suggest passing basic physics before you try to school people on quantum mechanics, quantum field theory. People say, one of the comments that we get constantly on the channel is everything's vibration. Particles don't exist. Everything's vibration. It's like, okay. Yeah, it's called, it's quantum field theory. It's like, sure, a proton is a vibration and not a solid object. Once you get down to the atomic level, it's not a thing. It's a field, not a physical object. Okay, it's a different way of explaining the universe. Does it really accomplish anything? Like, what's to be gained by this? It's like having an alphabet in Braille instead of letters. I don't understand what the big deal is. They're like, oh, quantum field theory explains everything. Does it? Does it now? So yeah, the implications of that on cosmology are vast. So I don't know if you've ever. Our channel, the prerequisite for our channel is basically high school level physics. All right, we try to keep things at a high school level of physics because that's like appropriate for YouTube. So we don't get super in depth into a whole bunch of things all at the same time, right? We'll cover one really specific thing sometimes so that people have some capacity to like tie this into the rest of their understanding of reality. And but if you've ever taken college astronomy, you may notice that the section on heliophysics is pretty brief and perfunctory, which means shallow, not in depth. Stars are just balls of hot gas that are just floating around out there in space. They have nuclear cores in the center, and they're at this perfect equilibrium of outgoing nuclear pressure and incoming gravitational pressure, and that's why they look like they have a surface, but they really don't. And that's basically it. That's pretty much it. They have magnetic fields that are associated with their stellar cycle. Many stars have a cycle of stellar spots similar to the sun's cycle of sunspots. So, there are many stars that we know what the periodicity of their stellar cycle is, just like we know the periodicity of the sun's stellar cycle. Unfortunately, there are a lot of observations associated with these objects known as stars that are not consistent with the current understanding of what creates things like emission spectra, things like stable magnetic fields. And how come we never see stars changing their phases? Can anybody name one time when we saw a star go from yellow dwarf to red giant to red supergiant to white dwarf to supernova to neutron star? Can anybody mention any time that we've seen a star change states like that? Have we seen any red giants shrink down and become white dwarfs? Or have we seen any blue supergiants turn into black holes? Or what's that? No. All right, well, have we ever seen a star get born? I mean, we must have seen a star get born, right? What's that? No. I mean, we've seen stars stop emitting light and then start emitting light again. That's a thing. I mean, how it happens, we don't really know. There could be, maybe there was a nebulous cloud that moved in between the star and the observer. Who knows? Maybe there was a giant dust filament, just a little filament that was kind of waving around and just got in the way. Who knows? Who knows? But there are plenty of stars that have winked out, stopped emitting light, and then started emitting light again. And there are many supernova clouds, namely all of them, that still have a star in the middle of them. So if a supernova destroys a star, then why are there stars in the center of every supernova cloud? Riddle me this. Riddle me this. Yes, stars certainly go berserk sometimes, and they have massive outputs. Not like that kind of an output, like a really crazy output where they emit a shell like in all directions. It's called a nova. And speaking of novae, somebody brought this one up. I don't know if it was in YouTube comments. I think it was in YouTube comments. Somebody said, I'm spooked of a micronova. And I said, well, you shouldn't be, because that's not a thing. Micronova, not a thing. I don't care if there's a science paper that's been published in the past year and a half about it. I do not care. It is a stupid term. Whether there's a peer-reviewed paper that has the word micronova in it or not, it's a stupid term. Because when a star novas, meaning like it emits a CME that like goes in all directions, or like the poles go crazy, the Z fields go nuts or whatever. You see an equatorial burst that's like comes out like in a plane. Like there's all kinds of different versions. They're all massive. What's micro about it? There's nothing micro about a star emitting a ton of shell matter. Like, how is that micro? Stars are really big. I mean, you're just, yeah. It's one of the most idiotic terms ever. And I mean, hopefully it's not going to be popularized. Hopefully it will continue to be mocked by people like me because it's idiotic. Yeah, facts. There's nothing micro about a nova. Stars are big, and when they emit a lot of material all at once, that's big. It's not micro. It doesn't matter if it's a little material or a lot of material. If a star novas, it's not micro, period. Like if Jupiter nova'd, would it be micro? Would a nova event, like if Jupiter just went and emitted all kinds of material into the solar system, would that be micro? The cloud would be larger than the Earth at the time of its origination. Like, what's micro about it? Only somebody with a micro penis comes up with a term so idiotic. They're like projecting their penis onto their science. Get your dick out of your science papers. Micronova. Dumbest term in history, I think. Truly idiotic. Oh, sweet. We've got some more comments here. Thanks for leaving comments, everybody. And, yeah, what do we got? I'm Boxster says, no, she spreads lies, though. I don't know who I'm Boxster means. And then types, yes, Tabitha misinforms with every video, smiley face. Okay. If you say so, Tabitha misinforms with every video. Okay. Yeah, great comment. Sure she does. And this is what gets people in trouble. People who have facts. Folks who like to believe nonsense are offended by the facts. So there's a perfect example. Ben Davidson has been informing us daily, starting with the sun in under 3 minutes every day. It's a shame that he reports preposterous theories about cosmology, geophysics, I guess you'd say astrophysics. Plus, he doesn't understand the mainstream theories, the theories that he claims to understand, or the electric universe. But he cherry picks from all three of them and attempts to sound like he knows what the hell he is talking about. He should probably take basic physics. Ben Davidson should take Physics 1 and Physics 2 before he keeps telling people that the universe is electric. I mean, look, I'm very familiar with Ben's idiotic theories about the galactic current sheet. We even have merch mocking Ben's idiotic cosmology theories. And here's why it's stupid. I can tell you in a matter of a couple of sentences why it's a completely idiotic theory. If Ben's theory was correct, all of the spiral galaxies that we see would have concentric circles of stars novaing, wouldn't they? So let me share with you, because I know exactly how many galaxies look like that. And the answer is 0. We can see hundreds of billions of galaxies, and 0 of them have these radial features that would be caused by the galactic current sheets in those galaxies. How many of them are there? I can tell you how many there are. 0. 0, not 1. Some galaxies have a sort of an excavated ring around the center of them because they have a chaotic series of blue supergiant stars that are orbiting the galactic core in all kinds of different directions, which makes their emissions all over the place. So they excavate the center of the galaxy. But when you're 26,000 light years away from the galactic core, like we are in the Milky Way, and the galactic jets aren't oriented toward your location, the core of the galaxy doesn't interact with you in any sort of a direct fashion at all. It imparts its energy into the galaxy via the spiral arms, not any direct interactions. If it did, we'd be able to see detailed infrared imagery of the galactic core, but we can't. We can't see the galactic core well because there's a lot of dust and gas in between us and Sagittarius A star. We can see the way its jets are oriented, though. And they're certainly not oriented in such a fashion that they can interact with us, because they're like 26 degrees off the galactic plane or something. So they're not perpendicular to the galactic plane. You know, if the galactic plane is like this, perpendicular would be like this. The jets are like at an angle. And they're absolutely not oriented at us in any way. So it's just, it's based on Wall Thornhill's galactic superwave theory, and there's some other guy, I think, that he like basically lifted it from, who was before that. And we see 0 evidence of this in the universe. 0 evidence of this. So it's just idiotic. It makes no sense. And there is no observation to back it up. So, you know, hey, Ben, if you're listening, when all of the observations refute your idiotic theory, abandon the idiotic theory and listen to people who know more about physics than you. Like Eugene the philosopher, and like everybody who's taken physics 1 and 2, because you don't understand those classes, Ben. Fucking hell. I mean, and like my favorite stuff, you know, I like to tune into Suspicious Observers for the comedic value, because I love when Ben talks about his workout routines. He acts like he's on some kind of classified workout routine, like he's an elite athlete. I mean, yo, it's comedy gold to read Ben's Twitter feed. He's given out relationship advice. I mean, he's a geophysicist. He's an astrophysicist. He's a lawyer. I mean, what can he do? He never forgets anything. He's a legend in his own mind. So, I mean, it goes on, okay? And everybody who thinks he's published a science paper, he's published 0 peer-reviewed papers and self-published 1 paper that doesn't even report what his paper refutes his own hypothesis. His paper doesn't prove his hypothesis. His paper more disproves it than proves it. Coronal holes, they don't cause earthquakes. You know, Ben thinks that he can forecast earthquakes by looking at the sun and saying, "Oh, look, coronal holes. Earthquake coming to Indonesia." Yeah, okay. You can forecast earthquakes, Ben, and the moon is made of green cheese, which is why we're building a Ritz cracker-powered aircraft. That is also a spacecraft. Yeah, we have a lunar lander that's built out of Ritz crackers. It's going to be delicious, Ben. I mean, seriously, the comedic value is high, folks. I mean, watch the live streams. Create yourself several profiles if you're going to view Suspicious Observers, because you will be muted in no time viewing that channel. I mean, you won't last long if you say anything like, "Hey Ben, how about learning basic physics before telling people to move to an isolated compound in the middle of nowhere?" So yeah, it's people investing their nest egg in overpriced real estate on an upland tundra because somebody told you the Earth is gonna magically tilt 90 degrees? Like, what? There's no physical mechanism behind any of this, or the solar micronova. So I mean, we love it when suspicious viewers come onto this channel because they get lambasted. I mean, it's pathetic enough that you're a cultist, but then when you try to leave your cult and think that other people are going to believe your nonsense, that is the epitome of cute. So yeah, I mean, keep it going. Keep it going. Oh my gosh. Tamitha Scove spreads lies. Like, really? Tamitha Scove spreads lies? Hey, I'm Boxster. Are you a Porsche? Are you an inline 6-cylinder Porsche? Because I don't think you are. You don't seem very fast. Although, maybe you're prone to oversteer, like Boxsters. You know, there are a lot of those facing backwards on a racetrack right now. I'm Boxster. Any other comments? Perhaps you'd like to join the Discord channel and debate in real time in voice chat, or is typing preferred? Please tell us more about how Tamitha Scove is advancing lies. I'm Boxster says, times must be tough these days if you cannot discern between Tabby's nonsense and actual reality found on So News Every Day smiley face. Namaste. Let us know in the comments if you learned Ben's workout routine, okay? Because we all want to know how Ben gets so ripped. He's such an elite athlete. Ben couldn't go uphill for 5 seconds on an escalator, much less forecast anything, including sunrise tomorrow. Oh, you're so amazed at our ignorance. Yeah, we're ignorant. Okay. Let me share with you the 3 features of every cult. I'm Boxster. The 3 features of every cult are harmful, has a living leader, and believes nonsense. So, oh look, the right hand rule. I wonder if Ben can explain it. Yeah, the Earth's gonna magically tilt on its side because the galaxy is very dangerous. Ooh, the galaxy. How about another track from Golden Cap Productions? I've got to step away from the computer once again during this extremely extended live stream. So, yes, definitely leave us more comments. I'm Boxster. You are leading to some great entertainment. I love mocking Ben Davidson. So, somebody should reach out to. What's his name? Professor Dave Explains, who's been banned from Twitter. Because I think his video is actually the best ever for mocking Ben Davidson. Let me share something else with you. I'm Boxster. The best part of every cult story is the part where the cult evaporates, freeing all the cultists. So, of course, often that's a very unfortunate effect. Like the Heaven's Gate cult, right? That wasn't so good. I mean, think of the footwear purchases there. Geez, those were some whack Nikes. So, yeah, the best part of every cult story is the part where it evaporates, freeing all of the cultists. Anyway, I'm going to play another track from GCP. This one is called Advertisement. How dare you? We're going to play, so since we're showing the sun here, let me Let me actually mess with my filter. Since we're showing the sun here, we're going to play blacksmith. Since that is appropriate. We've got some, there we go, that's better. We've got 171 angstroms there, the iron in the sun's corona. Yeah, heavy elements right there on the surface. Metals, iron, you know, it's the same density as gold. Yeah, so we're going to play blacksmith, and part of the reason that song exists is because really the sun is the ultimate blacksmith. You know, because it's building iron. So yeah, let's play blacksmith. That's a pretty good one. And then I'll be right back. This is Blacksmith from Golden Cat Productions. The end is near is the oldest grift of all time. The world's ending next week, therefore do what I say, otherwise there's no way you'll be able to save yourself and your family from certain doom. Every cult leader says the same thing, and let's get back to the origin of the channel. That same kind of nonsense is what caused this channel to exist, because there's certain stuff that I look at, I understand how the variables tie together, our competition, there is no competition, does not understand how the variables tie together, or what any of them mean, or how they're measured, or what the units are for that matter. If somebody says a number to you and there are no units behind that number, you know, like inches, light years, centavos, whatever, it's meaningless. If somebody shows you a graph that looks really spooky and it has no numbers on one of the axes, it's meaningless. If it has no units on either of the axes, it's meaningless. So, like, understand that right away. Dude, don't be posting links that are not vetted in the goddamn chat. Mr. Hamilton, you get one warning. What the hell? What part don't you understand? Is that a link to our websites or our YouTube channel? No? Then don't post it. Like, what the hell? You don't understand the rules here yet. Bullion. What the hell is wrong with you? So, back to the origin of the channel. There was nonsense on space weather. Multiple channels that we used to watch, we were alienated from because of the nonsense that they say every day, and they still say it to this day. They don't listen to reason. They don't listen to people who know more about all of the subjects that they say nonsense about. They just keep saying the nonsense in their bizarre, ossified, cult-like fashion. It's unacceptable. So that's why our channel exists. And speaking of which, let me show you somebody else who likes to mock Ben Davidson. All right? He doesn't do it as much as me because, you know, there's value to mocking Ben Davidson. There's value to just completely ignoring him. You know, you have to sort of pick one or the other, so we don't like bring him up all the time. But Eugene's most popular video ever is Ben Davidson and suspicious observers. So you should be suspicious of the observers because they're very suspicious. They're suspicious in that they do not know what they are talking about. And they just show up in your YouTube chats and they say nonsensical quotes from Mr. Davidson. So Mr. Davidson should be mocked and mocked until he should be mocked and mocked until the cult goes out of existence. Because it's a pretty pathetic cult. And I mean, it's definitely very harmful, and it's definitely on the route that all the cults take, because when the cult gets big enough, the leader has to isolate himself from reality, or people will go, no, you're insane and an idiot. Like, you can be, it's almost like being a jerk, right? If you're a jerk, but you're really smart, you might be tolerable. But if you're a jerk who's also an utter moron, you see the way that's a bad combo? It's almost like the fast, cheap, and good. It's like, if you're crazy, okay, that's one thing. But if you're crazy and also, I don't know, an organized criminal, or let's say you're insane and you're also obsessive compulsive, or no, better yet, you're manic depressive. What about that? That's fun, right? Crazy and manic depressive. That's a great combo. And of course, that's what happens. You know, you get these horrific combos, and this is how you get the dumbest people in the world, because they're like, nobody wants to associate with them, and they have to isolate themselves from reality, or they'll be forced to face reality. This is also why you delete people's comments and mute people in the chats, something that our channel doesn't do. So, yeah, I mean, hey, Smash Staff, are you enforcing the no links thing? I don't see any comments. What the hell? Thanks, Clarinet. Mr. Hamilton thinks CERN makes 400 tons of gold out of thin air. No, it doesn't. But that's cute. Yeah. Don't you think that would drive the value of gold down? If CERN, let's examine this idea, shall we? So, how about, let's go to cnbc.com/markets, right? You know, you're into bullion. So if we go to commodities, let's look at the gold chart. $2,025 per ounce. Let's look at the all-time chart. At what point on that chart did CERN make 400 tons of gold there, Mr. Hamilton? Like what are you talking about, dude? How does CERN make 400 tons of gold out of thin air? Oh, jeez. You're batting 1,000 today, dude. And pardon the biting sarcasm, but you know, it's the YouTube comments. They are sometimes they're a little berserk. By the way, if anybody can identify this military camouflage pattern, let us know in the comments. I'm a collector of military camouflage. It's one of the few things about myself that I'll divulge. Many of you think you know, but you have no idea. So, yeah, one of the things I'll divulge is that I collect military camo. So, like, no real tree, mossy, oak advantage, none of that stuff. Military camouflage. It doesn't have to be official military camouflage. You know, like Vietnam Tiger Strike was never really issued to anybody. It was just made ad hoc, and somebody probably got grease all over their shirt or something. Realized it made them a little bit better at nighttime, perhaps, because of the black. But terrible under night vision, by the way. And incidentally, the reason modern camouflage doesn't have black in it is because of night vision. Black is a very unnatural color in nature. Almost nothing is black, so anything black stands out in night vision. So, you know, don't wear outdated camouflage if somebody's going to be looking at you through night vision and you don't want to be seen, because it's not going to work very well. Yeah, thanks for commenting, Clarinet Owl. I've never heard of you before. Yeah, that's another great feature. You know, one of the things that the YouTube channel that we referenced earlier, who like thinks that the universe is electric and that, you know, stars are anodes or something, you know. It's just, I love it. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's some of the best stuff. I mean, the highest comedic value. Oh, that reminds me. I'll be right back. Ooh, look how spooky I am. Ooh, no. Beware of me. I'm the galactic current. I'm the galactic current sheet. And I've come to make your star micronova. Grrr, grrr. Oh, is it safe to come out from behind the galactic current sheet, folks? Oh no, look at how spooky this non-existent thing is. What will I do? Look, it's got... Oh no, it has a north and a south. No, I'm even more spooked now. Look, one eye is red and one eye is blue. What will I do? What I'll do is not be frightened of a non-existent thing. That's what I'll do. So hopefully you'll watch that clip, Ben. The galactic current sheet. You'd be better off listening to a galactic dog's ass than to Ben Davidson. It would be less full of shite. Less full of shite is that dog's ass. Still drinking RC Cola, folks. So should we do a toast at 1 p.m. Eastern? 12 noon Central Time? Shall we? Shall we do a toast? I'll chug. Oh, he thinks Ben forecasted earthquakes too. Oh, and it's, oh look, not electric, plasma universe. Plasma controls galactic motions. Yes. It's not nonsense because I said the word plasma, and plasma's magic. Oh no, it looks like he was right. The galactic current sheet is coming for you, folks. Oh my God. Not the galactic current sheet, a non-existent cosmological structure. Oh, it's coming for me. Oh no. It's plasma is magic, 'cause Ben Davidson said so. Tell me more. I'll mock more. I love mocking Ben Davidson. I could do it all day. Hey, Nay, can you figure out what the workout routine is? I can't say blank day. You know what I'm talking about. Blank day on the the workout routine. Normal people, when they go to the gym, folks, they do arms, chest, and back. And they do core every day, but they do arms, chest, and back, and core. And then the next day, they do core and legs. That's what normal people do. Period. Nobody in their right mind focuses on one muscle group in a day. It's not a thing. So, just citing some facts. But Nay knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's a statistical way to forecast certain types of earthquakes. The idea that, we looked into this for years. There are a few YouTube channels that claim they forecast earthquakes. And we've looked at their forecasting. And it's maybe 10% accurate. That's not so good. That's not so good. So yeah, they'll say, "Oh yeah, we forecasted an earthquake in every linear foot of every plate boundary in the whole planet. We forecasted one everywhere. Therefore, we forecasted a quake." That's what they do. And look, you don't even hear Ben Davidson claiming that he forecasts earthquakes anymore, because he was so debunked on that he wasn't even bunked. He wasn't even bunked, and he was debunked. He was debunked. And it didn't take Inspector Clouseau to do it. He was as a result of that. And that's a good thing. So, yeah, facts. Yeah, so should we call Eugene? Let's call Eugene. Is Eugene online? We're gonna ring up Eugene. And by the way, make sure you subscribe to his channel. or there will be repercussions for your soul. Possibly repercussions in the river Styx. Let's play a clip from the thing.
You know that it's actually the magnetic field of Earth that drives aurorae and magnetic storms.
This is about the pole shift nonsense, which we hear constantly. And by the way, all the pole shift nonsense is about a geomagnetic excursion that doesn't qualify as a geomagnetic excursion in the real realm of things, like in the realm of actual geologic records. What we're seeing isn't a geomagnetic excursion. We're not seeing weak magnetic field lines on the planet. We're seeing rather normal magnetic field lines, because that's why we see the aurora where we see the aurora. So, I mean, everything they say is just debunked. Let's find a specific section here. I like the way he annotates his video. Lack of a physical mechanism. How about that?
When on Suspicious Observers channel, Ben said that, I quote almost literally, current sheet is a double layer, and I almost choked myself to death on this sentence because, well, please read Hannes Alfvén's Cosmic Plasma.
Please read Hannes Alfvén's Cosmic Plasma, a publication from the 1930s, I think, was it? The 30s? So, yeah, he's such a plasma cosmologist that he doesn't understand how plasma works or how basic physics works, and so on. So, I love it. I love it. Yes. Yes, stick around and keep providing us more fuel by which to mock channels that caused our channel to come into existence, because it's perfect for our 5,000 subscriber episode. We saw a niche in the realm of space weather, so we filled it with a bunch of facts and lacking utter nonsense. So yes, Eugene watches our content, and if I say some slight thing wrong, he'll be like, you realize that it's not technically a current sheet. The current sheet is at the sector boundary crossing, and it's just the magnetic sector, which is like at its peak at the middle. And yeah, so we have a real particle physicist who puts up Ask a Particle Physicist segments on the channel. This guy, not exactly the best still frame there. Sorry, Eugene.
Please.
It's Bill Smith. I guess that's why. I don't know. So, whatever. Yeah, so a great day to be doing a live stream, since we have this quite interesting crown prominence. So, kind of came out of nowhere, and it's because of a sunspot at a low latitude on the opposite side of the sun. And it's those crown prominences are associated with let's lambast another channel. That reminds me, let's lambast another channel. Oppenheimer Ranch Project. All right, that's another great one. Let's play a clip, and I'll show you in seconds why we lambast the channel. So you should like this. I just have to find the latest video and then play the first few seconds of it, and it'll be guaranteed to play. I guarantee you he'll say the same repetitive nonsense that he says at the beginning of every video. So let's do it. All right, some repetitive nonsense coming up. He is milk. He is transparent nonsense. And he is cool. As cool as the plasma universe. He is lost in physics class, and he could talk out of his face, but mainly his ass. I'm waiting for him to take physics.
Good evening, folks. It's Diamond with the Oppenheimer Ranch Project, Magnetic Reversal News, Shinrin Yoku, and Yurt Life, bringing you a grand solar minimum update.
Did you hear that? Let's bring that back.
Friday, February...
Bringing you a what?
Grand solar minimum update. Bringing you a grand solar minimum. Bringing you a grand solar minimum update. Friday, February 2nd, 2023. Grand solar minimum update. Bringing you a 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 grand solar solar minimum. bringing you a grand solar minimum update.
A grand solar minimum update? What's the update? That there is none? Because if it's anything besides that, it's a pretty bad update. A really ridiculous update. Diamond, I told you back in 2018 that it was a terrible idea to paint yourself into this grand solar minimum corner and declare a grand solar minimum before you have 2 weak solar cycles in a row. Did I not say it? I said it on videos on your channel. I said it on videos on our channel. You didn't listen. So, this is what happens. There is a pattern of people who don't listen to people who know more about them, more than they do about a subject. So, I don't know what to tell you, dude. The paint's going to dry eventually, but people aren't going to forget how mentally handicapped you are with this grand solar minimum nonsense. Like, what are you babbling about, dude? 140 sunspots is a GSM, and we're not even at solar max. You've been claiming we're at solar maximum for over a year now. Like, what? Do you even understand that short solar cycles are the strongest ones and long solar cycles are the weakest ones? Do you have any clue what you're talking about? I mean, these channels that claim they do science and then do not understand the most basic precepts of the science they claim to do. If you have to mute everybody on your channel, how are you doing science? So, and everybody who's out there crying about their channel being censored and then muting me and deleting my comments, hypocrite much? Really? Like, you're worried about YouTube censoring you, but you're going to censor my comments on your channel. Kind of pathetic last I checked. So, viewers, you may not understand what goes on behind the scenes, but when another content creator, Diamond, aka Talc, Mr. Moriello of the Oppenheimer Ranch Project, tells you that we put out nonsense on our channel because our viewers are stupid, and when he says, you, me, and Rex Bear of Leak Project are like 3 sides of a triangle, I say, no. You and Rex Bear are like 2 legs of a table. Facts. People get real pissed about facts. People don't get that mad about fraud. They're like, oh, well, he was just mistaken. Facts piss people off. So, it's 2024, folks. Remember the last 4 years? I think facts piss people off. What do you say? Let us know in the comments what you think. So should we do a toast at 1 p.m. Eastern Time? 12 noon Central? It's I'm considering it. Although I have run out of sugar. So I have to either, I don't know if I should, because I'm like getting the stomach ready to be able to consume 5,000-6,000 calories a day, which will probably be a thing this summer. So that'll be fun, right? That's a lot of cooked vegetables. Yeah, make sure you subscribe to Eugene the Philosopher. And if you go over and leave a comment on Diamond's channel, make sure you tell him that Smasho sent you and that it's still not a GSM. You got to have 2 weak solar cycles in a row. You got to have 2 weak solar cycles in a row, period. Talc and Rex Bear and I are not like 3 sides of a triangle. They're like 2 legs of a table. That was a real conversation, by the way. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. I hope he wasn't talking about a homosexual love tryst, because I was definitely not into that. But saying you, me, and Rex are like 3 sides of a triangle, I'm like, no, you dudes are like 2 legs of a table. It took me 0 seconds to come up with that. That was like a bodily function response. 3 sides of a triangle. Your 3 sheets to the wind of nonsense. What the hell are you talking about, dude? Completely berserk. When it comes to botany and geology, Diamond knows his stuff. When it comes to astronomy, physics, astrophysics, stuff like that, dude, just stop. It's pathetic. Really pathetic. So yeah, how about another ancient clip here? Let's sort of show the evolution of our channel, a channel that, you know, sort of came into existence because there was literally no alternative. We're like, well, I guess I can't really complain about all of the bad channels, but what I can do is make a good one. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to Eugene the Philosopher, or else. Yeah, hey, look over there, folks. You know what that constellation is back there? Hold on, let me. That's Cygnus. Cygnus. What the? Yeah, you see that? That's the constellation Cygnus. That's probably Alpha Cygni right there, Deneb. And guess what? There's no galactic current sheet over there. The galactic current sheet. Folks, how many galaxies have radial rings? How many galaxies have a series of radial rings from their galactic current sheets? How many? The answer is 0. 0. Go look at galaxies. There's plenty of photos of galaxies. Go look at some. Show me evidence of a galactic current sheet in one single one of them. You'll find 0. I've looked. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling how easy it is to fool people versus how difficult it is to convince them they've been duped. Anyway, by the way, if you haven't checked out our playlists, there's content that you may have never seen before. Check this out. You ever see our music videos? Yeah, we've got videos that are just on the channel. I mean, there's also the Golden Cat Productions on YouTube Music. You can find the Golden Cat Productions tracks on there as well. But we've got these tracks. So, for example, maybe you've never heard this one. Let's play our old intro song that we used to use. Part of the advertisement. It is a monetized channel. You know, this isn't free, by the way. Let me bring that back. It's messing with my cue-ups. Just a good old smash. Never meaning no harm. Beats all you'd never saw. Been in trouble on social media since before its existence. Straightening facts. Smacking down hacks. Someday our viewers might get me, but big tech never will. Making my way the only way I know how. That's just a little bit more than big tech will allow. Just a good old smash. Wouldn't change if I could. Fighting the nonsense, it's a neo-renaissance in the hood. Yeah, the playlists. The playlists, folks. You never saw the playlists. YouTube.com/smashomash/playlists.
Just a good old smash. Never mean it.
That pop-out player is... It's alright. I won't complain. It's fine. Anyway, some other tracks on there. 2 versions of that one. And let's Let's go deep into the old videos. Deep, deep, deep into the old. Some very old videos there. Some videos long before we did space weather. Of course, I almost majored in cosmology in the mid-1990s. When I originally entered college, I was a computer science / math major. I switched to psychology, took 83% of the core classes, and then switched to general science, basically, and then I skipped to pro cycling. So check it out. Geez. Let's see. So let's find an old video here. I already showed some of those. We got to get a little bit. What about this one? Fake News Weather Democratic Socialist Edition, hosted by Bernie Sanders. Did you know Bernie Sanders hosted one of our videos? Yeah, Bernie hosted one of the videos, folks. If you didn't know, now you know. If you know, you know. Everybody says that on YouTube. That's the most overused thing now on YouTube, is the if you know, you know. It makes people think that they're elite. And we encourage you to be elite, by the way. You don't have to be an elitist to be elite. Will you play? Holy lag.
King here. Okay, this is Bernie Sanders. Okay, is this thing working here? Okay.
He had a little
This
trouble
is
with the equipment.
Bernie Sanders with your fake news alarmist weather report coming at the 1%. We are making sure millionaires and billionaires pay their fair shares. All
me
right,
skip
now
ahead.
let's get to the
Stream working okay? Stream looks fine, right? Nice.
to get through college. And why do they have so many choices of sneakers and underarm spray deodorants while children are hungry? Also, it's getting very moist over here. Very moist. In eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
Bet you didn't know about that, did you? Ha ha. Ha ha, that'll teach you. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, the Bernie Sanders. He decided to fill in for me, you know? I said, look, you can talk about how the rich need to pay their fair share and all that stuff there. You can talk about New Jersey and all of these places over here. You can complain about millionaires and billionaires while being a millionaire. That is all good, dude. I'm all for it. Yes, yes. Not muting anybody. I can't believe I had to time somebody out today. What the hell was that? I should have clicked the link before I timed him out, but he got timed out pronto. I don't know what that second YouTube video was. Did anybody click that link? Because that dude got timed out for 10 minutes. Lickety split. I was mad. That was literally the first time that we've muted anybody on the channel. By the way, this video right here was a breakout video because I didn't know that the SDO gets eclipsed by the moon. Got 3.3 thousand views. Oh, and by the way, some of the forecasting was pretty berserk. And, you know, part of the reason why I took up space weather in the first place was because I realized that forecasting Earth weather is way too easy. So here's one. Forecasts failed. Not sure why. Let's find out. Looks like coronal hole activity. And we're getting really slow speeds here. I think it has to do with the fact that we're streaming, but that's good in terms of the stream at least.
All right, space news weather report. Solar activity extremely low. Coronal hole wind streams not as high as expected. KP index forecasts were a failure.
Oh my gosh. A page that should not be visited. Can't believe I allowed that to be on the screen. That was... That would be like putting up an advertisement for the U.S. Postal Service cycling team. By the way, let us know in the comments if you think we should start making kitchen videos like this one. What in the heck? What is going on with YouTube? It doesn't like this browser or something. It's like, view me in Chrome, otherwise there's going to be ramifications. Yeah, should we start making more kitchen videos like this?
Testing.
Yes, no, what do you think? Let us know in the comments. You know, you got to put some very, very important material on YouTube, because it's not trying to compete with TikTok or anything to be the silliest content on the entire internet. No, no, no. By the way, check out our shorts if you haven't. One of the recent ones got over 9,000 views. That was pretty hot. Yeah, we put out shorts, typically clips from our daily space weather content, and that's been super good, you know, and a little bit of insight into how that works. YouTube is trying to compete. Everybody's trying to compete with TikTok. So everybody, and when I say everybody, I mean Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok are all competing for like sub 1 minute videos. Basically the bottom of the barrel of non-substantive content, basically. All right, anyway, let's go way back down to the bottom of the video once again. And we're going to find some ancient videos here. So it looks like we actually started doing, I guess it's only 5 years? 2018 is when we really started putting out real content involving space and Earth. And at some point in here, I started reaching out to certain other content creators and saying, dude, you've got some problems with what you're saying here. I mean, some of this stuff isn't legit, and here's why. Like, you know, invite us on the channel so that we get more viewers, because we need more people on this stuff, not less. It's very complex. So you don't want less people on the job. It's really complicated. So there we go. We started making a different kind of thumbnails there. We had just like an ongoing thumbnail just with different titles. Of course, we did all kinds of adjustments associated with attempting to utilize the algorithm to our advantage, and it was almost completely useless. I mean, interestingly enough, we used to get quite a lot of views back then. Actually, interesting. That's 313 views. That's more videos. That's more views than we get currently on our daily space weather main videos. And you know, a lot of people start talking about Schumann resonances and stuff. It's like, oh well, there's I checked between the correlation, and you ought to see what it's like trying to check between the correlation of the Schumann resonances and like space weather impacts. You ought to see what it's like. I've done it, and it wasn't so fun, and it wasn't so productive. I saw zero correlation between not only space weather, but also Earth weather. I couldn't find a correlation between anything and the Schumann resonances. And I looked deeply. I looked at a bunch of different data sets over a long period of time. And all I got was people saying, there was a spike in the Schumann, which is in Tomsk time, and I don't even know how to convert Tomsk time to my local time, but I felt a thing at the time that I don't know what time it was. And I go, you realize it's Tomsk time, right? And they go, huh? And then I never hear anything about it again. It's happened half a dozen times. I felt a thing that correlated with the Schumann resonance. Are you sure? What about the state of the galaxy? What was that all about? Do you remember when Trump brought peace to Earth and then he wanted to bring peace to the galaxy? That was a day to remember. Or something. That's a Peter Schiff quote, by the way. Peter Schiff, he said, so now Trump's created the Space Force because following his talks with Kim Jong-un, he's already brought peace to the Earth, but now he's going to bring peace to the galaxy. That was a pretty good line. Shout out to Peter Schiff. Peter Schiff and I agree on matters economic to a large extent, not 100%. Some of the stuff that he says is gold bug stuff. But for the most part, Peter Schiff is legit AF. Like how he views crypto as nothing more than a speculative investment like Dutch tulips that are just threatening to deflate at any moment. Threatening to deflate. Ooh, check it out. State of the Union 2019 drinking game rules for Donald Trump's annual speech. Now that sounds like a good time. So it's only 3 minutes until 1 p.m. Anybody want to do? So you're going to chug Mountain Dew at 1 p.m.? All right. I'm going to chug an unknown substance. An unknown substance. I think I can get it in time. I need an opener. No, I need an opener. Son of a... It's an unknown substance, and it shall not be divulged. Shall not be divulged. Nobody gets to know what it is. So, I'm chugging at 1 o'clock a toast to all of you folks, our viewers. Yes, it's a toast to our viewers in the form of a massive chug. Warm-up chug. That's just so everything fits in my Pilsner glass. Come on, I can just get it in time. Get your beverages ready, folks. Quickly. We've only got a minute and a half until the apocalypse. The Earth is going to tilt on its side 90 degrees because the galaxy. All right, we got a minute and 20. A minute and 20 until it's hazing chug time. Hazing chug time. Yeah, that's right. Time to haze your friends and foes and make them chug a thing. If you're watching it in syndication, then you can even pause it to go obtain your favorite chugging beverage. I've chugged entire pitchers of water, you know. I'm talking half gallon in one chug. I think so. Did I ever do a half gallon in one chug, Smash Staff? The Francis Connor pitcher, right? I think that's 64 ounce. That's 64 ounce, I think, right? Yeah. Sometimes I used to chug multiple. All right, 30 seconds, folks. 30 seconds until a chug time. Again, this chug's for you, folks. And when we have our chug, let's make sure we have the right thing on screen here. Yes. Yes. During a CME, you gotta have it. Three, two, one, and chug. All right, that was fun. Well, now that we've brought peace to the earth, let's bring peace to the galaxy. What do I say here? Come on, then. YouTube is behaving very slowly.
When you're drinking while watching the State of the Union, don't drive. And if you drive, don't watch the State of the Union. When you're drinking while watching the State of the Union, don't drive.
I think I was drinking while I was making this
Drive.
video.
Don't watch the State of the Union. The rules for the State of the Union drinking game are as follows. You must drink when Trump says tremendous, Trump says wall, Trump says crisis, Trump brings up an opponent, Trump no.
Remember, folks, you are your own worst critic. All right? You are your own worst critic. If you are self-aware at all, well, I guess some sociopaths aren't their own worst critic, but most normal people are their own worst critic. There are some sociopaths out there, like, for example, low-level, unintelligent narcissists who are also sociopaths. Those people, because they're dummies, they're sociopaths, and they're narcissists. That's a combination that you'll know it when you see it, because they'll be a mess, because nobody wants to tolerate their nonsense. All right, so what do we have here? Cherry citrus game fuel. What else? Did anybody else chug? That was fun stuff. Yeah, check it out. There's the 2019 drinking game. That's a good one. When Trump says tremendous, wall, crisis, brings up an opponent, noticeably goes off teleprompter, extreme Republican clapping or standing ovation, or there's a cut to an unhappy Democrat. That's funny. I don't know who wrote it, but that's funny. Let's play some more.
Noticeably goes off prompter, there's an extreme Republicans clapping or standing ovation, or there's a cut to an unhappy Democrat. Drink when any of these things occurs, and don't.
I got to tell you, it was really hard to put these videos on a device. I could have done it on a computer.
But the
I had a
magnetosphere,
computer. I used the
Space
device.
Force out there fixing up the magnetosphere. Not so sure.
Space Force was fixing the magnetosphere.
We've got viewers that are claiming that they got stuff back here messing with the magnetotail. Not so sure. Is it Nemesis?
Viewers told us
Miru.
that human technology is
X.
messing with the magnetotail.
Who knows what it could be?
I'm talking 5 years ago, baby.
Is it just a
It hasn't gotten any
magnetosphere?
better, ultimately. New people show up all the time and they say the same stuff. They say everything's
State of the
connected, the
galaxy.
universe is electric, plasma
Magnetosphere
operates,
counts.
plasma's magic. They,
Pretty weak, though.
it's
Not
like
looking artificial.
you can't
just
debunk
looking
a
weak.
theory that you don't understand. All right, you have to be able to understand the theories that you're debunking first. You're not qualified to say mainstream cosmologists don't know what they're talking about until you know what they're talking about. You
And
see what I mean?
else is going on in the galaxy? Candy bars. That's right.
Candy bars are going on in the galaxy. Milky Ways, I imagine. Did you know that Milky Way bars actually aren't named for the galaxy at all? I used to work for Mars. Believe it or not, I worked for a contractor who did customer service for Mars. And I was the actual person who might have responded to your request for like a pot-flavored Milky Way bar. Like that was a thing. That was a thing. Somebody sent us a real email that said, what was it? Bong water flavored? Smash Staff. Do you remember that? Somebody sent a request for a bong water flavored. They sent a request for a bong water flavored. Was it a Milky Way? Snickers, right? They wanted like the nougat in a Snickers to be bong water flavored. Is that what it was? So, like, you know, a Snickers bar, you might not know what a Snickers bar, it's a little more complex than you may think. All right. So, like, the nougat in a Snickers bar, it's actually, it's peanut butter flavored. All right. So, you know, that's what makes it different than, the nougat in a Snickers is different than the nougat in a Mars bar. So the nougat in a Mars bar is almond flavored nougat. The nougat in a Snickers bar is peanut butter flavored nougat. And somebody sent an email and said they want their Snickers bar to be bong water flavored. So we had to respond to that. And the response is, at the time, around 2014, in 2014 for sure, 2014, the response was, we'll share your idea with our formulation team, you know, because they consider it. If you send Mars a request for a goldfish flavored, or let's say you send a tuna flavored. Let's say you want a tuna flavored Snickers bar. They'll say, yeah, we'll no guarantees, but there was like a form letter that you send them. And yeah. So that was pretty fun. I mean, what wasn't fun is when somebody said that they used the small like little squares in some very unfortunate bedroom activities, which I won't sort of describe in depth at all. But hey, the video's already been demonetized, so what the hell do I care? But yeah, that was one of the more unfortunate ones. I'm not sure what the response was. I think I escalated that one to the entire management team because it was hilarious, and they had to be exposed to this. Since I had to be exposed to it, so did they. So that was fun. Yeah. And you know, you can still do this to this day. If you want a Three Musketeers bar that's flavored like sauerkraut, then just go to the website threemusketeers.com. It probably is. I was just there the other day because I was trying to figure out what the material in the Three Musketeers bar is flavored. Anyway, to get back to my original point, a Milky Way bar is not named for the galaxy. It's called a Milky Way bar because the nougat in a Milky Way bar is flavored like malted milk. So that's why it's called a Milky Way. So yeah, tuna flavored. What about some sauerkraut ice cream, folks? And by the way, we're very excited because tomorrow our fermented vegetables are done. So we've made some what amounts to pickled cabbage. We thought it would be sauerkraut, but it didn't come out right. It's kind of it's more like pickled cabbage. I think I put too much vinegar to water ratio, and I can make it into kraut by adding sugar, but we've got 4 jars of fermenting vegetables right now, so maybe we'll make a video about that at some point. You know, homemade fermented vegetables are the cat's meow for your health because, of course, your gut health is super important, and you know it's a fairly new understanding as far as human health goes. You know, gut health is a huge deal. Your immune system, you know, your gut is an extremely important part of it. And you know, homemade fermented vegetables are brilliant. So we may have to make a video about that. We made 2 jars of kimchi, 1 jar of pickled jalapeno peppers, and then 1 jar of what amounts to pickled cabbage. Again, and you can, if you have pickled cabbage that's too pickled, if it's too vinegary, you can take some out of there and add sugar to it, and it'll cut the sourness. So, perhaps try it out. And we'll actually share on the Amazon shop. If you've never checked it out, we have an Amazon storefront. Let me show you the storefront. It's very easy to remember. It's just amazon.com/shop/smashomash. Amazon.com/shop/smashomash. So if you check that out in the gift ideas, I think they might be in there. No, maybe not, but there's a bunch of stuff in there that we've some of it that I use regularly. In fact, this one right here, I'm just about to buy this right here, this Westinghouse 600, this portable power thing here. That right there, that's enough to run all of our fish tanks in a power outage. So, I was using a bike pump. To the tanks are over aerated to begin with. We have almost double the filtration that we need in all of our tanks, and we have there's a lot of oxygen. I'll just say that we have large air what do they call them? Is it an air compressor? We have large air pumps. One is so big that it runs 2 tanks, and then there's a smaller one for the smaller tank. But we have a 29 gallon, a 55 gallon, and a 75 gallon, and it's an awesome thing to have in your living room. And we haven't even gotten into the indoor growing abilities and so on. There's a lot of mods that have to happen. Like we're gonna eventually have a pond that'll have all the fish in one body of water in a pond. And indoor ponds, because there's nothing like having a waterfall going up the wall in your living room. That's just awesome. So that'll be a thing eventually. Maybe we'll make a video about that. It's really not a huge priority because of the location of the Smash News Network, Least Busted Name in News. But of course, we can't divulge very much about that because our location is heavily classified. As far as where we are, you have no idea. You have absolutely no idea. I mean, you might have some general clue, but good luck. Don't try to find me. You won't. So, what else is going on? Is there any exciting news going on? I mean, news stories have been boring. I saw this news story, I think it was yesterday. Microsloth reported breaking news. Listen to this. Breaking news, folks. I'm gonna break the headline for you if you haven't heard it yourself. There was a breaking news story yesterday. Are you ready? Brace yourself, because this is a really edge of the seat moment. Microsloth reports that Joe Manchin will not be running for president in 2024. Oh my, can you believe it? Joe Manchin's not running for president. What are we gonna do? How will we live? How will we live without Joe Manchin running for president, folks? Oh my God. I'm going back to the bunker. I can't live in a world without Joe Manchin running for president. I mean, it's enough to just, I mean, you're just like, well, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Am I going to climb out of the bunker? I don't know. Joe Manchin's not running for president, folks. Joe Manchin's not running for president. Oh, no. The apocalypse is upon us. It turns out the earth is going to magically tilt on its side. the crust is going to slide around like a puck on an air hockey table, and the next thing you know, you're going to find you're like, if you currently live at the pole, you're going to find yourself at the equator, and if you're at the equator, you're going to be at the pole, and finally you'll understand that everything's electric and everything's connected, and plasma is magic. So yeah. Now here's a comment from I'm Boxster that I love. Unexpected all-cause mortality numbers are up double digits around the planet since 2021. Geez, I can't imagine. Now, which brings me to an important quote from Sun Tzu. If you're not familiar with Sun Tzu is the author of The Art of War. And here's an important quote from Sun Tzu. When the enemy is self-destructing, don't attack them. Let them finish self-destructing, then evaluate how much destructing they've done, then maybe attack them. But don't do it while they're self-destructing. Wait for them to complete their self-destruction. So, if they're self-destructing, if you attack them at that moment, there's a strategic problem. The problem is that they might figure out a way to reconcile and stop self-destructing and coalesce into a coherent fighting force instead of self-destructing. So don't interfere with their self-destructing. That said, if you find out your friends are self-destructing, maybe make a suggestion. You know, I come from the Dr. House school of medicine, right? Which is basically being somebody's pal isn't necessarily the best way to help them. Some people respond well to your being their pal, and some people respond terribly and they self-destruct instead. So, you know, you can be an enabler, or you can be a force that's destroying entropy instead, right? There's a huge difference. You might be adding to entropy because of the way they'll respond to your efforts to do a thing. Some people don't respond appropriately to your efforts to do a thing. They respond idiotically to your efforts to do a thing. And so instead of listening to what you say, they go, I don't want to talk to you anymore because your ideas are poisoning my brain with facts. If that's the case, then you have to consider your options, right? However, when your enemies are self-destructing, don't interrupt them. Let them self-destruct and see what happens. This is not rocket science. This is a lot more complex than rocket science. Rocket science is like parabola. The next thing you know, you're in microgravity. There are almost no forces on it. You know, you got a lot of variables that are now eliminated because you're in space. You know, it's like, hey, see that background? That's an easy background to Photoshop. It's space, right? Part of the reason why cheesy movie makers like to make space movies is because it's really easy to make the special effects. Look, everything's black screened. Everything's black screened. All right, so yeah. I wonder how long do you think we can do this stream, folks? I'm unconvinced that there is any amount of time. So I mean, I could just keep ranting forever, but instead, let me see if I can find some gift ideas. Are you buying somebody a gift? Well, we've got some of those. Anyway, yeah. Again, let me. How does that work? Does it It's still running? All right. That CME is like, looks like it's on its way out now. I'll bet it shows up on the LASCO. What do you think? You want to make any wagers? You think it shows up on the LASCO, folks? Oh, it's looking pretty good. What do you got? Oh, could be earthly directed. No, it's on the far side, folks. It's on the far side. There is absolutely no filamentary motion on the Earth side. So a prime example of a really berserk CME on the far side of the sun that doesn't equate to anything on our side. So it's not always as definitive as that, but today it's real definitive. So, and by the way, these CMEs are normal occurrences. They happen around every solar maximum. And, you know, you can expect crown prominences to be at this level or more for the next 16 months. About 16 months, we'll see approximately the same level of solar activity that we're seeing now. So it's the likelihood of an extremely shorter or longer solar cycle. The likelihood of that is extremely low. I mean, the apparent periodicity of the solar sunspot cycles looks like it may go back actually into the millions of years at very similar to 11-year cycles. So, and by the way, for those of you out there who are hot on the idea that stars may be made of condensed matter instead of gaseous plasmas, that means that stars are much more stable than even conventional theories. So let me just sort of put this on a continuum. If you think stars are made of gaseous plasmas, right? Like, you know, most of your average your sort of what you call mainstream astronomers think that stars are made of gaseous plasmas, going all the way down to the core. It's what makes it look like it has a surface is the gravity force being almost equivalent to the outward radiative force from the nuclear dynamo in the core, right? So you've got this outward force from the nuclear dynamo, you've got this inward force from the gravity, and that's what makes this the surface, right? The condensed matter is that it's the intrinsic properties of the material is really what's causing everything, and as it gets less and less dense, it gets more and more reactive, more and more likely to give up electrons and react with the existing dusty environment. And then you've got a really volatile model that some people seem to still think is a thing, I guess because they don't like observations and facts, and they think that stars are electric and that they rely on a Birkeland current to retain their anode glow because they don't understand anything about basic physics. The electric star model is the most idiotic and most volatile model of all, because in the electric star model, if there's any kind of a disturbance to the Birkeland currents that make that a thing, then it'll just go out right away. So, you know, my favorite argument against the electric star model is, well, see, I don't think stars are electric because you're not dead. Not only are you not dead, but life exists in our solar system. And it's just very implausible for me that there is Birkeland current consistent enough to maintain that level of anode glow. It's not an anode glow that's from an external Birkeland current. It's just an idiotic, nonsensical model that's so stupid that it's not even worth considering. And it makes stars more volatile. So Don Scott's electric star model is just hilarious. I mean, I can't believe anybody takes it seriously in the slightest. That's the most volatile. The mainstream model, where it's in this delicate balance between the gravitational pressure and the outward radiative pressure. That's even more plausible than the electric universe ridiculous Donald Scott electric star model, which is, you know, the silliest and most volatile. The mainstream model is really volatile and not as silly as the electric star model. And then the condensed star model, condensed matter star model, where it eventually becomes condensed material. The solid core is probably H3, or, you know, but then there's this liquid layer on the outside, and it gets less and less dense as you move out. Seems to be the most plausible theory. And, you know, the implications on cosmology are that stars are more stable than most people believe. So if you understand the implications at any scale on cosmology for gaseous plasma stars versus liquid metallic hydrogen stars, it's a very different scenario. So, and again, if they're made of condensed matter, they're a lot more stable, because it's a lot harder. Think about it. Is it harder to upset a bowl of liquid, or is it harder to upset a cloud of gas? You know, which one takes more energy for you to have a huge effect on? A ball of gas floating around or a bowl of liquid? I mean, imagine what it's like in the space station. You have, let's say you have some colored smoke floating around in the space station, and then you have some water floating around, right? Which is more likely to maintain its consistent structure? The blob of water or some gas? Anyway, I'm going to have to step away again. Just let that one sink in for a minute. And I'm going to play another track. This one is called Because I've Got to Step Away Again. You know? I'm only on camera and on the mic for so long, and then I go do other things, then I come back. So, and by the way, the Discord chat remains open. Now at this moment, if you say something in there, I will not hear you, but it is still there. Look. There it is. See that? Discord is still there. So you can just join in, and your voice will come through on the live chat. Now, what you say determines whether you get banned or not, because there are lots of people banned on Discord. We get bots all day, every day on there. So anyway, I'll be back in just a moment. In the meantime, here is... what should we play? How about Syndicated? That rocks. This is Golden Cat Productions. And by the way, it is on YouTube Music. And this one is from, let's see. I think this is from around the same time as Conclusivity, like 2005, 2006, something like that. Pretty old. And here it is. This is Syndicated by Golden Cat Productions.
If you or your child are on Medicaid, you may need to renew your benefits soon. The good news? It only takes a few easy steps. Highmark Whole Care can walk you through each of them. Just visit wholecarecanhelp.com to find out what you need to do to keep the health coverage you count on every day. Because it's about more than health care, it's about whole care for you and your family. Because life. Highmark Whole Care.
Pardon the advertisement. That's a crossover that you don't see every day. Yeah. Whoops. All right. Yeah. Thanks once again to our viewers. You know, we would have probably folded the channel ages ago had we not had people like you leaving comments, pressing the like button, things like that. So thanks to our viewers in all sincerity. Of course, we try to keep things rather lighthearted on the channel, but, you know, a lot of the stuff we cover is pretty serious. I mean, real disaster planning, it really helps to be able to forecast stuff, and that's part of what the purpose of the channel is, to actually advance the real science and be able to forecast. I mean, if you haven't ever seen it before, check out smashomash.com/forum/mission. Oh, I haven't typed it in a while. Because we do have a mission. And, you know, it is to advance actual science. So, now, a little while ago, I did actually think that I had the solar sunspot cycles explained. And I think somebody has explained them. It's just not me. So, yeah. And, you know, Eugene can back me up on this. We've been meaning to make a video about it, but I got very busy right at the same time that some discoveries, some new old discoveries got made. New to me, not new to anybody else. So, but remember, folks, ignorance is the root of all knowledge. So, there were some issues with my theory, and you know, it's now been abandoned. The theory, you know, when you notice that all the observations refute your hypothesis, then you should abandon the hypothesis. That's the way real science works. When you do real science, you try to debunk your own theories immediately. You try very hard. Ask Richard Feynman. Just kidding. He's dead a long time ago. But read the quotes. Read the quotes. We're trying to debunk our own theories feverishly. And when it becomes evident to us that they are nonsense, then we abandon them. That's what real scientists do. Dogmatists stick in an ossified fashion with their ridiculous beliefs, and they just maintain them, and they don't abandon them when they ought to. So that's a difference between science and dogma. So this is the Smash-O-Mash mission. That's what we do, and that's the reasoning for the channel. smashomash.org, which eventually you'll be able to tax deductibly contribute to smashomash.org. We haven't formed our nonprofit organization yet, but we know lots of people, and we already have a location, and we already have the team exists. We already do quarterly meetings and so on. So the organization technically already exists. You know, but we're not technically a nonprofit organization yet. So it's just a matter of essentially filling out the paperwork to create the entity. And if you notice number 7, very important, to not be ossified in our beliefs and to treat those who are with love, respect, and inclusion to the scientific discussion. That's the super important part about the mission. Whoops. And yeah, so smashomash.com/forum/mission if you want to contribute to our weekly Ask a Particle Physicist segments. You can do it there. And in fact, I've actually just remembered a thing that I didn't do yet. So I've got to actually upload the new video, and then only Smash Team members at the gold or silver level will have access to the new video. But you'll have access to last week's video. So that's pretty cool. And of course, there is a playlist for it. It is youtube.com/smashomash/playlists. And it's the Ask a Particle Physicist segment playlist. So check that out if you haven't. We put up yesterday's video. Yesterday's Ask a Particle Physicist segment was dovetailed into the space weather video, and it was about the peer review process. So, which there are pros and cons to it, you know, like mostly everything else. It's like you've got to give up something to get something else, you know. So there are pros and cons to the peer review process. Some things about it are good. Some things about it are probably bad. But, you know, there's a delicate balance going on there between helping to advance the science, holding the science back, promoting nonsensical ideas, suppressing nonsensical ideas, promoting smart ideas, suppressing smart ideas. All of these things are bound to happen in the process. So it's, you know, people that are in the field have to steal your ideas. I mean, contribute to the process of advancing the science. And of course, if you're way out of your lane, people have a tendency to not pay attention. So this is part of the reason why it's good that the peer review process is anonymous, because you don't want the person who's doing the reviewing to know who did the writing. You want them to just evaluate the subject matter. So, anyway, just letting you know about that, you know, because it is kind of important. And, you know, it takes a long time for a new plausible theory to get cultivated by the rest of society. So, you know, if you have people who for 100 years they've been believing one thing, and then all of a sudden everybody in the field goes, uh-oh, that means all of cosmology is completely screwed up. Really, really screwed up. That's an issue, all right? So, I mean, I've been on phone calls where I asked people who have authored extremely revolutionary theories in certain fields of science how you would rewrite the rest of the science there, and the answer was, I'm not doing that. And that's a good answer, because you got to have self-preservation, man. Like, there's no hill worth dying on. Whatever hill you think is worth dying on, you're wrong. That hill isn't that important. You're more important than the hill. So there is no hill to die on. There's none. Not one hill is important enough to sacrifice yourself on. It's an idiotic idea, so don't do it. It's stupid. Don't be a fatalistic, mentally challenged person. Like, expand your mind. Don't be mired in nonsense and think that you're doomed. It's just ridiculous. The world is not ending, and you're not doomed. So if you think I'm lying, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, there are a lot of people with first world problems right now, and they're not worried about civilization ending, because civilization's not gonna end. Even if a Carrington event happens, it's not gonna send us back to the Stone Age, folks. So, sorry, everything's backed up. There are like backups upon backups that are in shielded locations, and there are so many fail-safes that a Carrington event isn't sending mankind back to the Stone Age. It just isn't. It's going to do trillions of dollars of damage when it happens. And guess what? It's not going to kill you. Bad decisions by people might, but a Carrington event, if it happens like the same way the Carrington event happened, a lot of the claims that are being made in our comments section and on other YouTube channels are silly claims. Yo, there are people who think their silverware might melt. All right? If you think your silverware will melt because of a coronal mass ejection, take Physics 2, please. And if you haven't taken Physics 1, take Physics 1 and Physics 2, since Physics 1 is a prerequisite to Physics 2, electricity and magnetism. You can take these classes for free online with MIT. All the course materials, all the workbooks, the labs, the lectures, the whole class. You can take the whole class for free at MIT anytime you want. So there's no excuse for not knowing this stuff. So to make these claims that many people make about cosmology, geophysics, etc., it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And look, people are constantly conflating solar flares with CMEs. That's another thing that it knows. It's when you watch a YouTube channel, okay, and the guy who's talking on the YouTube channel does not know how to express things in science terms because he doesn't say units and he doesn't understand the correct terminology to use to describe the phenomenon that he's describing in his space weather video. Real science people find it unacceptable because if you say a number, if I say, hey, this video has 12, right? The video you're watching right now, it has 12. I mean, you know what that means? All that means is the most people that have been in the chat room at the same time has been 12. It's got 112 views, but if I just say this video has 12, if I say the temperature is 100, is that 100 Fahrenheit, Celsius, Kelvin? Like, what is it? If you hear people that are doing science and they don't know the most basic things about science and math, like if you don't say units, you've just said a bunch of irrelevant stuff that has no meaning whatsoever. Or if somebody says the Faraday effect, the sun, it looks like that because the Faraday effect. Okay. Like, you can't just throw out a term and be like, plasma, it's magic. That doesn't work. That's not an explanation. That's you learned a word and then you said it in the comments. You know what I mean? It's bizarre. People study a thing for 2 seconds and then they're like, I'm an expert on this now. I've watched one channel's repertoire of videos that spout utter nonsense about astrophysics, and now I'm an expert, so I'm going to school you on this. You know, one of my favorite terms on Facebook is herp derp. And what that means is, you know, when somebody says something like, let's see. Oh, I got one. The Super Bowl's fixed because Taylor Swift and Joe Biden, the Chiefs are going to win because it's against Trump. That is what you call a herp derp. And the person it's almost like a mullet. The person saying it, the hairdo and the person are, they've herp derp. The Super Bowl is fixed to screw Donald Trump. Herp derp. It's like having quotes around a thing, but it's herp derp. Because there are so many herp derp quotes on Facebook that it is, I mean, So many boomers right now are typing something on Facebook that's ridiculous because they just got on Facebook last year and they're still like in their online interaction infancy, and they're saying stuff that makes no sense, posting the dumbest, oldest, most outdated memes that aren't even related, and so on. It's fun. It's fun, but it's not as fun or as funny as viewing the channels that are the competition for our channel on Daily Space Weather. That is funny. So, cheers. I'm now drinking RC Cola / Club Soda once again. I'll identify this beverage, just not the last one. By the way, let me give you some advice on cycling, right? It's a very popular sport, especially since the days of Lance Armstrong. And, as a result, I want to give you a quote about cycling because it's very important, and as a lifetime steward of the sport, I take this super seriously. And what I mean is, you should ride your bike, all right? Period. You should ride your bike. That's the first little point. And it's partially because outdoor exercise routines are better than indoor ones because they have a higher level of efficacy. People stick with them better. I won't get into the reasoning why, but there's a reason, probably. And so you should ride a bike. If you want to get a stationary bike, don't. Get a real bike and a trainer so you can ride the real bike outside or inside. See what I'm saying? Real bike and a trainer, which is the thing that hooks up to your back wheel to provide resistance so you can ride indoors. And once you get a bike, go ride with other people. Why? For two reasons. One, to raise your game, and two, to raise their game in some other circumstances. So, what I mean by that is, spend half of your time riding with people that are better than you, and the other half riding people that aren't as good. Why? Because the one makes you better, and the other helps to perpetuate the sport itself. Now, let's show some videos on what not to do. Here's a thing that doesn't happen too often, but occasionally, when you ride like a sociopath, this does happen. And here, I'll let that play. Yeah, when you ride like a sociopath. And I'm just kidding, folks. I don't ride like a sociopath. However, sometimes I do things that make people go, things that make you go, things that make you go, yeah, things that make you go, That happens on the bike a lot because some of us ride really fast. Why do many of us ride really fast? Well, one of the reasons is because we've got other stuff to do. So that has a tendency to make us ride really fast. Like, I have to, have lunch and then, watch a movie or something, right? So, now occasionally, things occur when you're on the bike. And occasionally, there are things that you don't expect to happen, right? So, cars pass us all the time, which is often nice because then you get a bit of a draft. And of course, the car can't corner as fast, so I've caught up to him there. And, that's a sort of a normal thing. And then you do this awesome descent. So this is called the Lehigh Parkway. This is in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Fantastic series of roads in and around the Lehigh Parkway. It's the Little Lehigh Parkway, LIL-Lehigh Parkway. And this is right by Queen City Airport. Queen City Airport is to my left, right there. And here's the entrance to the Lehigh Parkway from this location, which is from the south, actually. And there's this really cool descent in here, which is super fun to do at, you know, the highest possible speeds. It's pretty cool because if you do crash, you'll just slide into the grass there. You won't take a lot of damage because it's such a narrow pathway. And there are deer messing around, so that caused me to slow down a bit, I suspect. And then what happens here is I get into the parkway and I get a little impatient. So a lot of people think that they're less patient than me. And let's just show a little example here of how patient I am. So I get behind this car, it stops, and then it goes, and then I go, nope, you're going too slowly. So I'll take charge here. I'm going like 30. You're trying to go like 20, the speed limit. And yes, so car was passed. And if you're wondering if the car is tailgating me, I've dropped the car. It's going out of sight back there. So here, I think I look back. It's just not there. They were like joyriding or something. And yeah, this is what not to do on your bike. Pass cars on the double yellow line. But sometimes it's, again, don't try it at home, kids. You'll see the car does not pass me back. The speed limit's 20 in there. And I mean, I probably kept it above 23 or something. I don't know. But at the time that the pass happened, it was like a big speed differential. I think I make the turn. Do I turn and cross the bridge? This is called the Robin Hood Bridge. It's the Lehigh Parkway. That is the Robin Hood Bridge, the one near 15th Street, Allentown. So yeah, and the point is we have some driving, riding, and pro tips on the channel there as well, not just space weather and meteorology and so forth. There's quite the amount of additional types of content. What else happens in this video? Anything? I know I put the passing of the car at the beginning on purpose. Where else did I go? All right, so this is an area called Mack Boulevard near the HR headquarters of Lehigh Valley Hell Network, my former employer. Another pretty cool section of road here. It's got a little bit of a downhill. It's good for drafting cars, actually, as happens here. That must have been the last vehicle in the line there because, as you can see, I swung out into the regular lane. Also not recommended unless you know what you're doing. In Pennsylvania, the traffic law is you're supposed to be as far to the right as you can safely be. So ultimately, the faster you're going, the farther to the left you should be because there's less debris. They also have the lines painted wrong. If you look, you'll see the lines are... The bike lane should be the lane closest to traffic, and the shoulder should be the lane farther to the right, but they have them backwards. They have the bike lane as to the right. So they failed at that hard. They have the bike... Look at that. Where's the next paint? You'll see a bike thing in the... anyway, they have the lanes painted wrong. The bike lane should be the lane between the shoulder and the regular traffic lane, but they have it backwards. As if you'd park your car in that middle lane and then a bike would pass you on the right. That would make a lot of sense, right? So yeah, that's near the... This is near the Humane Society in South Allentown there. That's called I think it's called Dixon Street. Dixon Street. I can tell you where that is. So yeah, so some other content on the channel there besides space weather stuff, obviously. That one's called Mamas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Pass Automobiles. And what are we looking for here? The playlist with... there was a thing that I was looking for. And I don't know. Oh, by the way, if you haven't seen this playlist, this is a pretty good one. This is some of our music. Now, this is from actually Golden Cat Productions. These are some of the same tracks that we were playing. So, hey, let's play Settle It. That's a pretty good rockin' track. And I'll step away here again for a minute. Let's play Settle It. That sounds pretty good. Come on, then. Maybe Spotify and YouTube don't like each other. That is definitely not what I told us to play. What's up with that? Did you see me click on that? I completely clicked on that. All right, here we go. All right, be right back. Thanks, man. We're delighted you like the music. So yeah, pushing into our third hour here, and I think we've got the YouTube streaming is perfectly fine-tuned now. I mean, we've got a lightning fast connection, and we've optimized it correctly now, I think. So maybe more YouTube live streams coming in the future, especially if they don't get demonetized. So not sure why that went on today. And by the way, viewers, if you're not aware of why we dislike the views, we dislike when the videos are demonetized, the reason we dislike the videos being demonetized is because it buries them in search. So, you know, it makes them harder to find, and it makes them not recommended, because YouTube recommends monetized videos so that they play ads, because that's their business model. So when the videos get demonetized for absolutely no reason, the instant that they go live, it's a problem. So that is our issue. It is not that we are not getting paid to make the video. It's that people will not see the video because it's demonetized. You see the difference? We're paid almost nothing to make the channel. This is certainly not the YouTube channel is not a viable financial effort to make money in any possible way. I mean, if we told you what our operating loss is annually, you would go, what? How could you do that? And the way is with superpowers. That's how. With superpowers. So, I mean, you may have them, you may not. Guess what, folks? There's no such thing as a level playing field. There's no such thing as a level playing field. So deal with it. Figure out how to get your leverage on the field. Life is a time trial. Win yours. All right? So, yeah. There are no fair fights. Not one fight has ever been fair in the history of the universe. Not one fight's been fair. That's like, I'm a pragmatic realist. That's my political affiliation. I'm a PR. Pragmatic realist. Yep. I'm not an optimist, and I'm not a pessimist. I'm a pragmatic realist. Sometimes you got to do inflammatory stuff, and sometimes you got to shut up. So, know when to do which thing, right? I mean, sometimes you got to shut up, and sometimes you got to do inflammatory, crazy, berserk things. It's not always just to be provocative. It's because, well, you got to do stuff like survive a global pandemic. So far, right? By the way, here's another track for you. Well, let's play another one from YouTube. How about Journey to the Center of the Hearse? How about that? Don't do it. Don't do it. All right. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for not... Ha-ha. Take that. Take that, ad. It didn't play an ad, by the way. It should have, but it didn't. Earthlings beware. I am already here. The galactic current sheet. I will be destroying your civilization. The hell? Oh, jeez. It's crashed. It's crashed. All right, we're back. All right, sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened there, if that's because of playing YouTube. We didn't have any issues with we were playing tracks on Spotify there. Maybe because it's YouTube and it's, you know, it's not, it's, I don't know. The point is I own all the music, so I should be able to do what I want, but that's part of the reason why we use Spotify and just play it. Anyway, the point is you can find the tracks on YouTube Music if you just literally, if you type in Golden Cat Productions. You'll find the tracks. The tracks. See that? You see that? There they are. There they. Oh, that's not us. But those are all us. So yeah, subscribe to the topic. Maybe we'll even put up new tracks at some point. I mean, do we even have any views on there? I think some of them are pretty good. I know on what do you call it? On Spotify there are quite a few views. Yeah, we're also on, let's see, there's some tracks on what do you call it? SoundCloud, I think. Aren't there some tracks on SoundCloud? Something. I don't know. We've got a ton of content though, so check it out if you haven't. Original music, not every channel has that. Basically, nobody has that. I've had a lot of opportunities to cultivate a lot of skills over the years. Like I said, there are no level playing fields. You just, no. Nope. So, let's see. What the hell? What am I doing there? I have some stuff open that makes no sense. It's weird, frankly. By the way, once again, thanks to our viewers. Our viewers are always super interesting. And what is this? We've got an upcoming stream that's getting deleted. All right, yes. Existing stream, good. Vacant stream, bad. We're going to actually
Eve Online on Mac.
We're going to share this once again on the timeline
With
because
thousands of star systems like never before. Follow a path of your own choosing and become a titan of industry.
yeah, delighted to finally be at 5,000 subs.
Industry.
And frankly amazed that we're at 5,000 subs. Yeah, delighted to finally be at 5,000 subs.
Industry.
And having also recently surpassed the 1 million views mark. So that is a couple of milestones there. It's a lot more difficult than you may think to get from 1,000 to 5,000 subscribers. And you know, something I brought up earlier in the video is that we have only used advertisements once. One time. And I'll share with you what we did. I will tell you how much we have actually. I'm not going to tell you the dollar amounts, but I'll tell you the time frames and what we did. So ads on YouTube, they work. If you pay, is it Google AdSense? It's not AdSense, right? It's just YouTube. So if you pay for Google Ads and you promote a specific video, which we did with our channel trailer. Here, I'll play it for you. If you go to the home page on YouTube and you view the channel trailer, right here, I'll show you. We made that video specifically for advertisements. All right, so it should... What the hell? It doesn't show it? Why isn't it there? Because we're streaming, it doesn't show the channel trailer? That makes no sense. What is up with that? It has to change. See, one of the things that we really dislike about YouTube is that they change settings constantly. And as you can see, we do not have the channel trailer video here now because we're streaming. So that makes no sense. You're still supposed to see the channel trailer. So here it is. What the hell? It doesn't even have a link to it here. It makes it as annoying as possible. Oh my gosh. Really? I can't show you the channel trailer without going through my videos. Boy, that makes a lot of sense. I guess I got to make a playlist for channel trailers. Isn't that fun? So yeah, these are the things that frustrate the hell out of us when it comes to being YouTube creators. If you think it's easy to have a channel with 100 subscribers, much less 5,000, good luck. But the point is, we've only ever run one advertisement ever on the channel. And it was last month. And what it did was it caused that video to get to about 2,000 views. So now, we now know how much it costs to boost a video. And that's a very important step to have taken. So, and what the heck? Oh, here we go. Here it is. So there you go. There's a channel trailer. We boosted it to 2,000 views, and we know exactly how to do that now. So it's not an issue. It's elementary stuff now. It's all just a matter of dollars and cents. And basically what we've now done, what we'll continue to do, is we will continue to roll back the ad revenue on the channel and pay for ads. So ads will get the channel paid, and ads will pay the bills for the ads that promote the channel. You see what happens there? So that's the way it works. Thanks for tuning in, pressing like, leaving comments, etc. That in itself is in some respects support of the channel. I don't know why it's loading. YouTube really doesn't seem to like playing content on YouTube while streaming on YouTube. Let me get off of all YouTube channels. For some reason, it just sits there it's like, oh, I want to load. Anyway, let me play the channel trailer for you if you've never seen it. It's on the home. It's on youtube.com/smashomash. I guess if we're not streaming, you'll see it. Maybe it's on your mobile device. Sometimes the mobile version of a site is totally different. It's muted. Here we go. Let's try again. And welcome to the Smash News Network, the world's most comprehensive daily space weather content. You can find it right here. If you're new to the channel, make sure you press the subscribe button. We've been doing it for a while. And congratulations on realizing the channel exists. dag. All right, so anyway, that's another thing that's going on with the channel. Again, so that's a perfect timing for that. It wasn't entirely random, I guess, because we didn't consider 4,000 subscribers to be any kind of a milestone, but 5,000 is, I guess, because you've got 5 fingers and 5 toes, so therefore that's a relevant number, right? 5s and 10s, super important. So, but that's going to be a new thing now, because now there's a consistency to the ad revenue to the ad budget. So we're now tying the ad revenue directly in with the ad budget, and that will help immensely to get quality content onto people's screens. So going forward, that'll be a definite thing that you can expect to see. So don't be surprised to see advertisements for the channel, and more produced videos occasionally and things like that, because it's not like we are unable to make produced videos. It's just not the format of the channel. We basically produce the channel similar to a live stream format. We record the videos basically all in one take every time. I mean, sometimes I pause, but that's all I do. I don't edit the videos for the Daily Space Weather. That's in order to get it on your screen as quickly as possible. So, and it has to do with the features of YouTube. So the reason that we don't always stream it is because that limits some of the features, basically. Like YouTube has some preference, whether it's intentional or not, for recorded, uploaded videos. Now, if you do want to watch streaming, you can always check out the Smash Team site, because the Smash Team site, smashomash.com/SmashTeam, that's always got the Twitch channel streaming, generally always. So if you go to smashomash.com, you're going to get the same thing as we were just showing, basically. But that's the actual Twitch stream. So there may be a couple seconds delay or something, but just as a value-added service, we have that running all the time on the homepage at smashomash.com/SmashTeam, which is a subscription services site which you can, send a few bucks to the Smash Team per month. There's a gold annual paid-up subscription where we'll send you free merch, complimentary merch, I should say. If you pay for a whole year, it's like getting 4 months for free, because the value of the merch, it's like $40 value or something like that to pay for a whole year. It's the same model, as some other really, really big YouTube channels that they offer a piece of merch if you sign up for a whole year at once. So, and that's been very helpful to us. I mean, there was a point where we used that to buy groceries. I mean, the channel was really broke, really, really broke. But now the channel is somewhat self-sustaining just via ad revenue. So just keep watching the videos. I mean, we're not at this point planning on stopping the Daily Space Weather. It would be nice to have some actual financial incentive to do it, as opposed to breaking even with the ads versus incoming revenue from ads. But that's still a huge step, being able to roll all of the incoming ad revenue into outgoing ads. So that'll incentivize us to make more produced videos, and that's just some of the steps that we've already taken. So when we in fact, maybe we'll have to promote this video. Maybe we'll actually once it gets remonetized, maybe we'll promote this video, because it's got all kinds of important pieces of information regarding the motivations of the channel. So again, the channel started out as not anything, and then it evolved into fake news, alarmist weather reports, where we just said insane things and basically created a comedy broadcast amongst real weather reports. So that, again, those old alarmist weather reports, those are the real weather. Like, we really reported the weather, but we just sort of made it seem like it would be more deadly than it really was, for the sake of, basically for the sake of parodying a lot of channels that are out there that are, you know, oh no, you're doomed, oh, everything's so spooky. You know, I like what Eugene says. Eugene seems to think that it's just Americans that think the whole universe is going to, like, black out or something. You know what's pretty sweet that's going on right now? Check this out. Look at this. Hold on a minute. Let me open up Epic Pen. It looks like a horse is galloping across the sun right now. I'm gonna show you what I mean here in a minute. Just give me a moment for my Epic Pen to pop up. All right, so check this out. It looks like a horse galloping across the sun. You can probably already see that, but let me all right, check this out. Look right here. There's the hind leg. There's the front leg. There's the head. Totally looks like a horse galloping across the sun right there. I mean, you can clearly see that, right? And look, on top of it, it must be the Grim Reaper. Is there a sickle? Can we see a sickle, folks? Oh my God, I'm spooked. I am spooked of this. Holy crow, am I spooked? I'm gonna be barely able to sleep tonight, because it must be the harbinger of the apocalypse, folks. Therefore, make sure you move to my compound, because that's the only place you'll be safe from the spooky, spooky hobby horse on the sun. See what I've done there? You see what I did there? Pardon the biting sarcasm, but certain things piss me off, and so I comment about them. Cheers. So it's about 2:30 Eastern Time. Do you think I should just keep the stream going and just make this the daily space weather video also? I mean, I think that's probably what I'm going to do. So, but feel free to let us know in the comments what you think. And I guess that would be a great way to get people to come to the Discord server, because again, the Discord server is still there. So for all of you who have the cojones to actually appear on the channel and say actual stuff, like in real time on the stream, well, it's right there. Smashomash.com has a permanent invite link. Let me show you what I mean. Smashomash.com and the Smash Team site. If you click on that link right there, that's the Discord link. That will bring you to our Discord server, which is right here. Wait a minute. So you'll drop into the general channel, and then like there's a text channel, there's a voice channel, and you just connect to the voice channel. Very simple. If you do connect to the voice channel and I'm not hearing you, it's just because if you see the earpiece in, I'll be able to hear you. If not, I won't. So I think Smash staff would notice if that occurred. So yeah, there you go. Again, we've got, you know, the homepage and so on. It's the SDO report some of the info. You know, some of the videos, the latest short or whatever gets hosted there on the home pages. So lots of stuff going on, and it'll only get more awesome from here on out, folks, because we're getting better incentives and better capabilities. So smashomash.com is the homepage. You should check it out if you haven't. You'll see the Twitch stream on there, all of our links. Make sure you check us out on Twitter, x.com/smashomash. You can find the Spotify link, the Amazon store, which has some amazing stuff in it, by the way. And we've got to update it, actually, the Amazon store, because it's lacking some things that it needs to have. So it looks like that CME is finally complete, but now we got this spooky hobby horse, which it looks like it's going to take off. Oh my God, is it going to produce a solar micronova, folks? Dear God, I am so spooked. Holy crow. The only thing that's spookier than space, the only thing that's spookier than an active sun is an inactive sun. And let's see, what do we have here? So Last Stand Drum and Bass says, what is Discord? Discord is a communication device that's mainly used by gamers. Because it's used by gamers, it's very highly functional. So you can host video chats. Like we could actually have a video channel going here on Discord. And you can keep in touch with people via text messages too. So like Eugene, for example. Let's check and see if Eugene is available, and we'll give him a ring if he's there. We'll be like, hey, why the hell aren't you on the video? You should be in the thing at the place. So yeah, Discord, you can have video conferences, you can have audio conferences. Gamers usually use it to communicate, like while they're playing a game. You know, but you can use it for all kinds of stuff. It works well with streams and things. It doesn't interfere too much. It's fantastic. Simply fantastic. Now, where the hell is... Let's see. Where are my texts? I don't understand it. No, don't create channel. Where the hell are my texts? Oh, there we go. Let's call Eugene and see what he's up to. I don't hear anything. This is not good. Anyway, let's go back to the voice server. I'm going to actually invite him to the voice. So it's the general voice channel right there. The general voice channel. We've actually tested it out. It definitely works. We're going to invite Eugene to the voice channel. The prime contributor to the channel, the magician from Minsk, Mr. Eugene Bagashov. Okay, I've sent him an invite. So, now, oh, check this out. I'll actually do this too. I'll invite all of you to the chat. Let's do that. I'm going to do that. So I'm going to put this right at the top of our live stream. So that'll be good, right? I'm going to pin the Discord channel to the top of the live stream. Is that convenient enough? If you have Discord, it'll be one click. One click.
It's actually insane.
All right, so let's do that. And I'll get my pop-up live stream chat. Oh, this is pretty good. All right, nice. There's a pop-up chat. Let's put in the... There's the Discord channel. You want to join the live stream? Join away, baby. Join away. Stupid emojis are in my way. There we go. Boom. Pinned the Discord channel up to the top of the chat. Perfect. Now I can go through the chats and I'll be able to see those on my screen like a normal person instead of trying to read them on my phone like a caveman. I'll view those on my screen like a normal person instead of on my phone like a caveman. All right, that's progress. All right, so now any lunatics out there can join the thing. Cheers. All right, so let me get through your chats here. We encourage everybody to leave us a comment. We do read all comments on the channel. We don't respond to them all, but we do generally read them all. 99 out of 100. And whoo! I don't know how I made it. Robert, you went skiing? Where'd you go skiing? Is it that cold in Florida that you've gone skiing? That's pretty good. Hey, welcome to Silver Drum and Bass. Thank you for joining. You know, we do have some incentive to make some exclusive content there, but it's really hard because of the length of the videos that we make every day. So, but there will probably be some additional content there on the YouTube members, whatever it's called, the YouTube members thing. And shout out to Robert. Thanks for hooking so many people up with memberships. The creek is in name only. It's dried up. Nice. Yeah, we definitely have to do some more research into what's going on at that location, because that is that's part of the catastrophe cycle, that's for sure. It's going to be a human catastrophe. There's going to be tumbleweeds coming to that location, nay. There's going to be tumbleweeds coming. Big time. In spades. I don't know why they're in spades. Is that because is that the highest ranking card? I think it goes spade, heart, club, diamond, right? Spade is the highest suit, followed by heart, then no. Yeah, spade, heart, club, diamond, I think, right? Or is it heart, spade, diamond, club? Might be heart, spade, diamond, club. I can't remember. Isn't there a ranking of the individual cards? Looks like spade, wait. Spade, heart, no. What the hell? Oh well, I'm over it. I don't care. I don't care. I do not care. I do not care. I will not care. I shall not care. I have not cared. Let's see. Yeah, so we got the Discord chat there at the top. If you want to join... Cards are satanic. Yo, my great aunt used to say cards are satanic. She used to call them devil cards, but it was because she was really against gambling. Really, gambling was her issue. It wasn't because the cards themselves were satanic. Are you a bit superstitious there, Troll McClure? You're a little bit superstitious? You know, I spent some time in the eastern portion of Germany, and people are pretty suspicious in the eastern portion of Germany. Of course, you're a little bit further east from there. I believe there are quite high levels of superstitious belief in places like Romagna, for example. Superstitious ideas, folks. They're interesting. Most of them are based on real situations, like the werewolf. The werewolf is actually a metaphor for Satanism. What else? The vampire. Vampires are a real thing. They're called psychic vampires. They derive pleasure from wasting your time and energy. That's called a psychic vampire. That's a real thing. What else you got? I mean, they're bloodsuckers in a way, right? And of course, there are other metaphors there as well. There are a whole series of metaphors in the vampire genre. And then let's see, the Frankenstein's monster, you know, that's like a real obvious reference to like the dangers of technology, reanimating corpses and stuff like that. It's sort of the original Reanimator when you think of it. A pretty creepy tale, right? You know, most of these things are based on some real features, so they're not just completely out of nowhere. You know, it's like the mythology of the Greeks, for example. You know, I joke around about the river Styx all the time. You know, like, oh, it's all fun and games until your soul is cast into the river Styx, then it's not so fun, is it? Because that's just a funny belief to me. Like the idea that the Greeks believed that you had to be buried with a gold piece. And if you weren't buried with a gold piece, then you would not be able to get on Charon's boat and get into the underworld, and you'd have to get reincarnated. And that was a huge insult to the Greeks, because when you die, you want to go to the underworld because your soul like retains its memory, right? You get to go into Hades. That's where the dead people go in their afterlife, and they all get to hang out, right? They retain all the information that they had. They're still them. But when you fall in the river Styx, which eventually happens because you get displaced by other souls that died and didn't have a gold piece buried with them, you end up in the river Styx. You get reincarnated as a noob. You come back as a person, a newborn baby that doesn't know anything. You got to go through life all again. That's a huge insult to the Greeks. They didn't like that. So this is why the Greeks' enemies like to rob their graves and steal their gold pieces, because then, you know, they'd have to get reincarnated as noobs. They would show back up as noobs. And that's hilarious. That's what happens when your soul's cast into the river Styx. You forget everything you ever knew, but you get reborn. It's still you, but you don't know anything. You're a complete noob, like newborn baby, because ignorance is the root of all knowledge, right? So, you know, it might put you in a better place, it might put you in a worse place, but make sure you get buried with a gold piece. Otherwise, Charon's not going to let you on that boat, and you won't get through the gates of Hades, which are guarded by a giant 3-headed dog that's like 8 foot tall at the shoulder, called Cerberus, a 3-headed giant dog. And yeah, if you try to sneak through the gates when you're not supposed to be there, Cerberus eats you and then digests your soul for like 100 years and then poops it into the river Styx, and then guess what happens? You get reincarnated as a noob. So yeah, that's it's the origin of the hellhound, actually. You know, the Cerberus, the 3-headed dog of Greek mythology, is the origin of the hellhound. That's sort of where that came from. Except the Greek hellhound wasn't just a big Rottweiler from the Omen movies. No, it was way nastier than that. It's 8 foot tall at the shoulder, and it has 3 heads. So it's almost like Tiamat, you know, the 5-headed dragon of D&D, kind of like that. It's a really big demonic dog in its home plane of existence that will kick your ass really bad. It's one of those things that you can never surprise. It's got 100% magic resistance in its own plane of existence. It's got multiple minions will show up to help it fight. If you show up and try to fight with it, it'll like gate in other demonic entities and things. It's not something you want to mess with. It's bad news. It's not your average puppy dog. It's a little bit more vicious than that. And of course, Hades, the god of the underworld, might show up if you start beating up Cerberus. Hades might show up himself, because Cerberus's job is to guard the gates from souls that don't belong inside the underworld from getting into Hades, his plane of existence. So it's like Stygia. Stygia versus Hades. You've got these two different planes of existence, and there's a gate between them. That's the reasoning for the gold piece. And that's why I'm always making fun of the mythology and saying it's all fun and games until your soul is cast into the river Styx. And of course, Peter Schiff would laugh because, of course, he'll be buried with a gold piece, right? He'll definitely, he won't have to worry about being reincarnated. He'll be able to afford a gold piece, and he'll pay somebody enough money to like seal him up inside of a concrete thing with a gold piece inside of it, just in case, because he's got plenty of gold pieces, does Peter Schiff. Anyway, here's another track from GCP while I step away here for a little bathroom break. This one is called Gem Cutter. That's not Gem Cutter. This is, though. There we go. All right, BRB, y'all. And if you join the Discord chat while I'm gone, I obviously won't be able to hear you. By the way, my favorite viewer in this live stream is I'm Boxster, because I'm Boxster is just giving me an endless amount of material on which to dunk on Ben Davidson and just mock him incessantly, because it is my least favorite content creator ever on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I can't think of a content creator I like less than Ben Davidson. I mean, it's one of the grossest channels that I've ever seen. It's almost unwatchably bad, but like I said before, there is some comedic value there. But for people that don't understand physics and listen to a confident-sounding charlatan and say, oh, that guy knows what he's talking about, dude, cosmology, man. And you know, somebody said in this very chat that the sun's shutting down, right? There are people out there that still think in 2024 that we're currently seeing a grand solar minimum. What are you talking about? Like I said back in 2018, you have to have 2-week solar cycles in a row, folks. So for all these grand solar minimum cultists who've decided to tune in and think that this is science at all, let me just explain to you. You need to have 2-week consecutive solar cycles for it to be a grand solar minimum. You've got 0, because the current solar cycle, over that way, the current solar cycle is not a week solar cycle. You've got 0 consecutive week solar cycles. So what does that mean? That means it's impossible to have a grand solar minimum for over 20 years. Because the reason that you couldn't declare a grand solar minimum in 2018 was because you needed 2-week solar cycles in a row. You had one, solar cycle 24, but now you have solar cycle 25, which is not a week cycle. It's an average cycle. It might even be a bit above average, which means you have 0 week cycles in a row. Can you count to 2? You have 0. You got to get to 2. They take 11 years. We're not at solar maximum cycle 25. You need 2 consecutive week cycles, which means it's going to be, if you can feasibly state that there's a grand solar minimum, it would take a minimum of 22 years, 22, almost 23 years. So that's a lot of months. You're not in a grand solar minimum, folks. You got to have 2-week consecutive cycles in a row. You have 0. What the hell? I mean, we still have people asking us and saying, isn't the sun shutting down? Somebody keeps chanting every day about the sun shutting down through a nasally voice and a bunch of ridiculous shtick, saying, we're bringing you facts, folks. Keep calm, it's boom time. Keep calm, it's boom time. Hours of powers. What the hell is that guy talking about? I mean, dude. Bringing you a grand solar minimum update? What's the update? That there's none going on? I mean, dude is deranged. I mean, definitely, though, if you're a nut, certainly isolate yourself in a compound somewhere. Become a hermit. Live in a cave. I considered this when I was graduating high school. I told a lot of my classmates, they were like, I'm going to college. I'm going to trade school. I'm taking over my father's business. I'm gonna become a crackhead. You know, my thing was, I want to live in a cave and eat rocks. That's what I said. You see, what a visionary I was in 1994. No, I knew that I had no idea what the hell I was talking about. I mean, I was going to major in computer science / math, but it was like, my life goals are live in a cave and eat rocks. I mean, I still think that might be a pretty good, and figure out a way to transmute rocks into food. That'd be pretty sweet. You live in a nice cave. Maybe the rocks are the stalagmites and stalactites in the cave. That'd be cool. You just crack off some stalactites, transmute it, transmogrify it into edible rocks, and then eat the edible rocks. I mean, that'd be amazing. Plus, you'd be in a cave already, so you wouldn't have to worry about the spooky, spooky sun, or you wouldn't have to worry about the spooky, spooky galaxy. I mean, everything, you'd be just like, you'd be in your, it would be the cat's meow. You'd be like, look, the galaxy can go berserk, the sun can go berserk. I'll be fine because I live in a cave. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? I guess maybe a lack of vitamin D. That could go wrong. Holy crap, I'm getting a snow squall alert. That's dope. Let's check out some weather stuff, dudes. Snow squall alert, y'all. Nice. What do you got? Break it down. Dude. Makes me want to go outside. Give me a snow squall. I love myself a nice lake effect snow squall. Check it out, folks. Dag! Snow squalls! Nice. National Weather Service is killing it, yo. Woo! Snow squall, baby. Is it already? It's probably already like a freaking whiteout out there, right? You see anything going on, staff? It looks like... Oh, I can't zoom in any further than that. That's the farthest I can zoom in on YouTube. Otherwise, I'll show people in different countries where I live. Yes, we take our security very seriously, folks. I live somewhere on that map. That's about as close as you get. Let me look out the window and see if we have a snow squall of death. Oh, smack. Oh, smack. It's not that big of a deal. It's not very exciting. It's a little snibs. It's not like a sudden doomsday snow squall. The National Weather Service thought that was going to be serious. But there will be snow showers coming through all night. I guess I can move my... that's classified information. I can't... Yeah, so we got some lake effect snow going on here. Let's take a look at some satellite imagery for once. We'll show the visible satellite since we've decided to stream at a time when we have sunlight. Very nice. Let's do a medium zoom. It's still pretty high. You can zoom in quite far with the visible satellite. That might even be too much zoom. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's good. That'll be good. You got all of Lake Ontario there. Very nice. So epic patterns there of lake effect snow making their way through PA, New York. Very nice. Very wintry. And of course, last weekend I found myself doing a 30-miler, including a major mountain climb and a major mountain descent. So it was epic. And that's a great example there of lake effect snow. You get the atmosphere, it's in a state that it's very close to dew point, and that's why you see those features showing up there, those very conspicuous. You've got two systems, first of all. You've got snow already on the ground, and then you've got low-level stratocumulus clouds that are oriented northeast to southwest, and you've got the lake effect snow higher level clouds there making their way over top. So you've got kind of basically what you've got there is moist warmer air at the surface being supporting that more massive, colder air, and that's sort of the ingredients that you need for the precipitation to happen at that situation. You've got areas where, there's drier air and then moister air, and then drier air and then moister air. And as the upper level air moves over the top of that, there's going to be a differing amount of support that the air underneath has for it. So when it loses that support, it turns into precipitation. When it's able to support it, it'll just stay up there as a cloud. So as it makes its way across those more moist areas there, they'll have a tendency to wring out the moisture from the more massive air, the more massive, colder air above. It's cold air aloft coming in from Canada and the Great Lakes. And of course, the Great Lakes accelerate the winds, so that's part of lake effect snow as well. When you have winds over water, large bodies of water like the Great Lakes, they accelerate the winds because the winds only have one way to go. The predominating winds get sort of magnified as they go over a large body of water. So that's a huge effect of the Great Lakes. And that's one of the features of lake effect snow. It accelerates cold air. It creates a low pressure behind it effectively and a high pressure in front of it, and then it pushes that air out. Part of the reason why Chicago is so windy is because of suction. And if you look at the water vapor map, it'll actually be quite... I've got these reversed. That's okay, we can have them reversed. Oh, now we are getting a snow squall. Nice. Yeah, and you've got some warmer, dry air there mixed in too. There's the water vapor map, and yeah, you can see there's these little rivulets of dry, massive air there. Of course, that's not too surprising. Let's do the high. Oh, that is already high zoom. All right. You got to do high zoom on the... Where did I center it? We're going to do high zoom on the water vapor and low zoom on the visible. That equates to the same relative zoom for the satellites. Not chemtrails, not contrails, not HARP. It's called the weather. And we're right about there. So there's a great example of the visible satellite versus the water vapor map. You know, this is a mistake that people make oftentimes. They look at a map like this and they say, oh, look, it's HARP. They have the HARP turned on at West Virginia or something. And what causes these variable conditions is that the air is very close to dew point. So when the humidity and the pressure are at a point where you're right near the level of precipitation, if you make a sudden drastic change with cold air, with warm air, with moisture, with dry air, then you got to reach static equilibrium. And you can even see how the winds are accelerating there, like over Lake Michigan. Prime example of that. And if you break out the real-time wind map, you'll be able to see some winds there. Nullschool.net is fantastic for that. Nullschool.net, folks. Quite good, quite good. So yeah, there's a great example of the way the water vapor map relates to the visible satellite there. And if you think those are contrails or something like that, the resolution on these maps is 1 kilometer. which means if I zoom in all the way, 1 pixel is 1 kilometer. So let me briefly show you how zoomed in that is. Let's see. Let's go to Erie, PA. Not on that one. That's the wrong one. Go to Erie, PA here on the visible satellite. So this full zoom at 100%, 1 pixel on there. 1 pixel is 1 kilometer. If you've ever seen a 1 kilometer wide contrail, let me know. Now, of course, a plane is certainly able to cause the whole sky to cloud up. You can have one plane fly over and disrupt the clouds enough that it causes a chain reaction, where when you have stagnant air that's very close to dew point, then you're going to have that one cloud can form into an overcast sky in the whole area. But that only happens in very specific weather conditions. You got to have the right pressure, temperature, and humidity, and you have to have stagnant air. If you have prevailing winds, that will not happen. So, if you think chemtrails are a thing, you don't understand meteorology or aircraft tech. Chemtrails are not a thing. If you think chemtrails are a thing, you don't understand aircraft or meteorology. Don't try to school me on it. It's pathetic. Really pathetic. Like, don't tell me you know a pilot. Don't tell me you are a pilot. If you believe in chemtrails, I don't believe you. But that is a great view there of a weather condition that people look at on a satellite map and they say, look, it's HARP. Oh my God, it's HARP. Nope. Nope. It's a series of mountains with windy air blowing over the top of them, foggy conditions in a lot of areas, and just rowdy, mountainous winter weather happening. By the way, this page right here, White Noise and Company, mynoise.net, is the noisemaker that we use to generate the background noise on the channel. So if you've ever noticed our DSW videos, they have like a background sound. You can actually hear it right now. That is white noise. It's really pink noise that we put in there on purpose, because we want it to sound like you're in the Enterprise from Star Trek TNG at warp speed. You know, when the Enterprise at warp speed, there's that constant, that like rumbling sound. It's very pleasant, and that's why we use it. So let me get to the chats here. It looks like we've got a number of chats. Let me scroll down here and see what everybody's talking about now, because if there are breaking news stories like Joe Manchin's not running for president in 2024, we got to know about it. So this nonsense that Ian Boxter is saying about our planets are all warming more than Earth, that is utter nonsense, because we don't have enough information about those other planets. So if you're looking at a picture of a thing and you have 640 by 480 resolution, and then 10 years later you have 6,000 by 48,000 resolution, you're not looking at the same thing anymore. We haven't been studying Jupiter or Saturn's weather for long enough to make any conclusions about it. And just the idea that the weak-ass magnetic fields coming from the galactic core, which are not even detectable inside the heliosphere, are affecting the weather on Jupiter and Saturn is just idiotic. It's idiotic. I mean, that's not how weather works. So if you think that the galaxy is changing Jupiter's weather, take a physics course. You can take physics 1 and 2 for free from MIT, complete with all of the course materials, all of the workbooks, the tests, and the lectures, and the labs. You can do all of that stuff for free. So not understanding physics on this scale is just not acceptable. Carl Sagan, Here's a quote from Carl Sagan. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. You need to have a physical mechanism for your hypothesis. So if you say that humans are causing that weather to look like that, then you have to have a physical explanation, because the next question that anybody who is sane will ask is how. And if the response is HARP, then you don't know what HARP is, because HARP affects the ionosphere, not your weather. It doesn't have the capability to affect your weather, because the amount of wattage that you would have to generate to affect all of that air and water vapor and basically the air, the atmosphere, that much material, is more than you'd be able to generate to affect large-scale weather patterns. And again, HARP doesn't affect the troposphere. It affects the ionosphere at like 80 kilometers to 120 kilometers of altitude. No weather happens in the ionosphere except space weather. That's where you get the aurora and where the D layer gets ionized by incoming solar flares, not where weather occurs. Weather occurs in the troposphere, which is from like 50,000 feet of altitude down to ground level. You see? So Nay, and thanks for bringing it up.
I am the galactic current sheet, and I am not made of metal or of plasma. I am made of polyester fleece. I am so soft on your face that you would wrap yourself in me for hours if you visit our Redbubble shop. So you should totally pick up one of me, the galactic current sheet. I'm very scary and spooky. Look at the polarity of my eyes. Ooh, ooh. It's even spookier than Lex Luthor. And it's exactly as fictional as Lex Luthor. The galactic current sheet, not a thing. Like, okay, yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing that you can't even measure from inside the heliosphere. It's an extremely, extremely, extremely weak magnetic field that may or may not be detectable outside the heliosphere. But guess what? We aren't measuring it. And we can't measure it because we have to send probes outside of the heliosphere, which takes like 10 years because the heliosphere is very big. Remember how long it took Voyager 1 and 2 to get out of the heliosphere into intergalactic space, or interstellar space, you could call it? Those things were launched in the 70s. And one of them, I think, just made it out of the heliosphere in like 2015 or something like that, right? Or might have been later than that. So, folks, for example, are you aware of how we can't measure the sun's magnetic field from inside the Earth's heliosphere? You realize that, right? We can't directly measure the interplanetary magnetic field from inside the Earth's magnetosphere, because Earth's magnetosphere is way, way stronger than the magnetism from the heliosphere felt at Earth. A magnetic field gets attenuated by a stronger field, so if you're in a stronger field, you can't measure the weaker field from inside the stronger field. Do you understand this? So the same thing goes with the galactic magnetic field. You can't even measure it from inside the heliosphere because, first of all, Earth's magnetic field cancels it out just like it does the heliosphere, and the heliosphere cancels out the galactic field just like the Earth's field cancels out the sun's field. It's not canceled out. There's some effect on the outside of it, but you can't measure the outer one from the inner one that's stronger. So if you have a strong magnet, let's say you have a really precise magnetometer. What happens if you put a strong magnet right next to it? it registers a strong signal from that strong magnet. And you have to move that away so that it can measure these weak magnetic fields. This is not like college level physics understanding. This is like high school level understanding of how magnetic fields work. So not understanding this and then saying, hey, move to my compound because I understand cosmology better than you, is one of the dumbest ideas that I've ever heard in the history of mankind. The fact that people fall for this is completely berserk. It's ridiculous. The galactic current sheet is not setting off stars and making them go nova. That's not a thing. Where is the evidence in the other spiral galaxies? We see millions and millions and billions of spiral galaxies. Why aren't there radial circles of bright stars in them? Why aren't there? Why? How come none of them have that? 0 of them have that feature. 0. Not 1, not a dozen, not 1,000, not 1,000,000. 0. 0 have that feature. It's not a thing. Now, in galaxies where they have a galactic jet that's like pointed into the galaxy, here's the galactic plane. Usually the jets are like this or something. The Milky Way's, if this is a galactic plane, the Milky Way's jet is like at an angle, a pretty steep angle. But most galaxies, their jet tends to be somewhat perpendicular to the galactic plane, right? So, but if that jet's pointed into the galaxy right where you are at the spiral arm, then it's probably going to have some effects. It's blasting relativistic particles directly at your stellar system. That's not what's happening in the Milky Way galaxy, not where we are. So what are you talking about? You're talking about you don't understand basic physics or cosmology. I could talk about it for a long time. There are so many holes that a Swiss cheese factory may sue you for copyright infringement, coming up with these idiotic theories about how space is spooky. Space is not very spooky. Things are very stable, folks. They've been here for a long, long time. I love it. I love the comments because they are fantastic, fantastic comments. And I will keep lambasting people who deserve to be lambasted for as long as they keep spouting nonsense and having people follow along with them, like, yeah, I'm going to hitch my star to your wagon. Like, it's very creepy, very creepy. Nay says, pseudoscience requires a lot of factoring mumbo jumbo, so it'll spook people out of their money. Exactly. All right, what do we have here? Jim Kirk, the guy who got timed out for putting links in our chat, says, natural diamond has cool inclusions not found in CVD diamonds. Exotic forms of matter can exist at standard temp because of the high pressure. It can be included in a diamond lattice. It can stack. Well, thanks for the physics lesson, Jim Kirk. Did you know that when you apply pressure to something, it heats up? Were you aware of that? Just saying. I'm Boxster says, and thanks to the incoming solar energy, the atmosphere's electron circuitry is bummed up. That is completely meaningless. You've just said absolutely nothing but mumbo jumbo. Quote, let me say that again. And viewers, let me know if this makes a lick of sense to you. Quote, and thanks to the incoming solar energy, the atmosphere's electron circuitry is bummed up. Bumped up? Maybe that's what he means. And certainly the Russell-McFerrin effect involves the acceleration of relativistic electrons in the outer Van Allen belts. So, yeah, the feature that causes space weather to be amplified around the equinoxes is caused by the acceleration of relativistic electrons in the outer Van Allen belts. That's called the Russell-McFerrin effect. That is why we have more geomagnetic storms around the equinoxes than at the solstices. But what does this have to do with anything that we've been talking about? Because it doesn't have anything to do with any of that stuff.
So I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks to the incoming solar energy, the atmosphere's electron circuit. First of all, the atmosphere, which is usually a reference to the troposphere, is neutral. So, and Tamitha Skov cites this fact all the time and states that the difference between Earth weather and space weather is space weather occurs in the non-neutral atmosphere. So the ionosphere and up is mostly ionized matter. That's the boundary between space weather and Earth weather. Okay, so at about 80 kilometers of altitude, you're at the ionosphere, where the mesosphere meets the mesopause. That is where most of the material is ionized, the D layer of the ionosphere. That's where space weather begins. Earth weather ends at the mesosphere, which is also the layer that filters out solar X-rays. People say all the time, "Oh, I felt that flare. I was on the ground. I felt that solar flare." Did you? Did you? Because the X-rays don't make it to the ground. So I don't know how you would feel a flare. How does that work? The X-rays are adsorbed. They ionize material up in the ionosphere. They don't make it to the ground level. They're not detectable at the ground level. That's why we have to use spacecraft to measure the solar X-ray flux. It's filtered out by the mesosphere. I think maybe the stratosphere layer. I think the mesosphere layer. I can't remember. But here's a diagram. Here's the diagram. Never memorize something you can look up. There you go. Like, most people that argue with me about anything with respect to space weather and Earth weather do not understand that diagram. I mean, that has so much information in it. It's beyond, look, visible and IR make it all the way to the ground. Near UV is almost entirely filtered out by the bottom of the troposphere, right? As you go up a high mountain, you get higher levels of near UV. Middle UV is filtered out by the top of the stratosphere. Far UV is filtered out by the mesosphere. Extreme UV doesn't even make it to the mesosphere. And X-rays make it to the bottom of the mesosphere. That's where they bump into enough, that's where the photons hit enough things and lose enough energy and get refracted sufficiently that they're no longer X-rays. Meanwhile, look at the layers of the atmosphere. All right? Over there. Look at the layers. It is showing you the temperature inversions. Okay? So, right there, the troposphere is kind of warm at the surface and kind of cold at the top. The stratosphere is kind of cold at the surface. At the tropopause, the stratosphere is kind of cold. And then as it approaches the mesosphere, it gets warmer and also less dense. And the mesosphere is also inverted. Each layer is inverted. The mesosphere is kind of warm at the bottom, gets cooler at the top. You've got different chemical concentrations in all of these layers. As you can see over on the right side of the image, the chemical concentrations there for oxygen, nitrogen, and ionized oxygen. That's so it's like the Schumann resonances. The reason that Tamitha Skov doesn't cover the Schumann resonances is because there aren't space weather. They take place in the neutral atmosphere. It's really weak radio waves that are bouncing around in between the D layer of the ionosphere and the ground. So of course that's affected by a lot of different things, mainly the medium of the troposphere, because that affects the radio signal propagation, but also things like mountains, compression of the ionospheric layers, because the ionosphere is constantly bouncing back and forth. It's not just like a circle. It's always being affected by things. It's heating up and cooling down and things, and that's affecting the layers below it in a very, very difficult to conceive way, because you've got these temperature inversions, and it's very complex. So like things like sudden stratospheric warming, look at the layers on top of it, look at the layers below it. It's a very complex system of things happening here. And I looked for a lengthy period of time about the Schumann resonances, thinking there's got to be a way to forecast it. It's got to be associated with weather and things. And there are a lot of variables in many systems that humans do not generally understand. I'll just say that. So, I mean, it's about 3:30. Should I just keep going and just make this into the daily space weather video? I guess I could. The stream has been pretty good. Only a couple little breaks in the bandwidth there. Looks like some more prominentiary activity happening down there in the southeast right now. I mean the southwest. Sunspot 3576 is still at it. So there still is a possibility of large flares from that, as there's still plenty of active region visible. And of course you've got your horse of doom there. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I suspect we're probably going to just make a regular daily space weather video because, I mean, it's only 3:30. We usually don't make that until about 5 o'clock. And man, oh man, we got this snow squall going on. It makes me want to go outside. But it's looking really harsh, actually. It's quite an Arctic blast. So I'm going to go check it out. And in the meantime, I'm going to play another track for you. This one is known as Unified Theory 3. Yes, Unified Theory 3 coming right up.
If you or your child are on Medicaid, you may need to renew your benefits soon. The good news? It only takes a few easy steps. Highmark Whole Care can walk you through each of them. Just visit wholecarecanhelp.com to find out what you need to do to keep the health coverage you count on every day. Because it's about more than health care, it's about whole care for you and your family. Because life. Highmark Whole Care.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Gabby.
Pardon the
Gabby,
commercial.
it's Jennifer Coolidge. Hi, I'm so glad I reached you at 2 a.m.
All right, so what's good, viewers? Anything else you'd like to chat about? Let us know in the comments. We're going to close this thing out. Troll McClure says chaff is no theory. Glass fibers coated with aluminum blind radars. Yes, chaff is a thing, and it's a tiny amount of material. It's not state size. It's not plumes of chaff that are hundreds of miles in diameter or anything like that. That's not the way it works. Yeah, see, I don't even know what people are talking about. There's some really ridiculous comments, and it's I'm not even gonna really pay any mind. It's such a common thing that I honestly do not care. I mean, it's mankind is on the precipice of a massive frontier of both science and technology, and it lies in superionized materials. Now, some people just lie and they don't understand superionized materials, but superionized materials are both the future of heliophysics and hence cosmology, and also the future of human technology. So, I mean, I guess if I leave you with one thing, it's a message of hope, and it is that things aren't very bad. Civilization isn't ending, and there is absolutely nothing to be spooked of except bad decision making by humans. So the galaxy ain't gonna kill you, the sun ain't gonna kill you, humans might. So, you know, there are a lot of people out there that want to blame ghosts for stuff, and there's no need to blame ghosts for anything, because when in doubt, when you notice some foul play at hand, it's humans. It's humans that are responsible for the foul play. All right. Oh, I guess maybe it's an advertisement. Oh man. Oh geez. Oh whiz. It's. Now, what it says on the label isn't necessarily what is in the glass. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Space, not scary. The sun, not scary. The weather, not really that scary. CERN, not scary. Aircraft tech, not scary. Terrible decisions that people enforce on a worldwide basis because they're complete ignoramuses about things like infectious disease. That's not scary anymore because your worst nightmare has already occurred. So congrats on surviving a global scamdemic so far. Congrats. Surviving it so far. I mean, yeah, we had some requests for some merch, man. I'll tell you what. If you've ever seen our merch, maybe you've never seen our merch. Let's show you how to find our merch. Is it linked below the video? I think it's in the description. I don't know. I don't even care. You can find it on the homepage by clicking right there. You can scroll down here You go to the homepage right there, boom, smashomash.com, and you find that link right there. And then you're off to the newest. So, and of course, one of the designs was, I've survived global democide so far. That was one of our viewers requested that. So we made it for multiple countries. This one here was the top seller for quite a while. And I don't know. If you've got more based merch, let us know. Of course, we don't necessarily agree with all the political views, if any, expressed in the merch. So just a little disclaimer. The views expressed in the merch are not necessarily the views of the Smash News Network, least busted name in news. But we do certainly encourage you to get normal eyebrows and not be an imbecile. Remember, it's an adjective, not just a noun. So by all means, don't be an imbecile. I mean, you could really use it 3 times in a row. You could say, don't be an imbecile. Because the first phrase, the first independent clause was, don't be an imbecile. A type of imbecile characterized by the adjective imbecile. So don't be an imbecile, comma, imbecile. Because that's, an imperative sentence saying a command. Don't be an imbecile, comma, imbecile. A separate clause there that's an insult. Don't be an imbecile. Or you could say, don't be an imbecile. Imbecile is also an adjective. That would work. You could still use it 3 times in a row. See, it's such a good word. I mean, that one's got it. That one should come back. Also, if you've never heard of shart lighting, this is something that lots of YouTube channels do. They shart light, which is to destroy their own credibility and undermine their own credibility by attempting to gaslight you and getting you to think that the past happened differently than it did because they've got a great memory, or because you're too lazy to go back and look at what they said in an old video. I mean, are you watching a YouTube channel who covers space weather and has ossified beliefs even when new things occur and new ideas pop out and say, ew, that's not how it works? Do you abandon a theory once you've disproven it, or do you stick with it? Because if you stick with it after you've disproven it in your own mind, you have problems. You aren't doing science. Man, yeah. So last Saturday, I did a 30-miler, including a major mountain climb and descent. And, a mountain climb and descent. I guess it wasn't a major one. It's only the Appalachians. But then, it was all right. 30-miler. The last 10 miles weren't so great, but not so bad. Today, it's snowing. There's like 8 inches of snow on the ground this morning. Not exactly good cycling weather. Many bikes wouldn't even be able to handle it. Now, one good thing, granted, I don't like fat bikes. Those have been one of the more recent fads in cycling. Fat bikes, bikes with really massive tires. And I don't own one. I've never owned one. I don't even really want one. It's like my 10th bike or something is that. But one thing about those, if you get a single speed one, that's a really good snow bike. You get studded tires if you want to get really fancy. You get studded fat bike tires and a single speed fat bike. That thing will ride pretty good in the snow. The low tire pressures keep you on top of the snow. The studs keep you gripping the snow. It's a pretty good setup. Or on sand, if you're trying to ride on the beach, a fat bike would be absolutely optimal for that. 10 pounds of pressure in the tires or something like that. And with those massive balloon tires, it's pretty good, considering the alternatives of trying to ride on sand or snow. But besides that, they're pretty bad. They're not good at very much. I mean, yeah, like they have a lot of grip. So like for like doing descents, if you like doing descents on like rocky or hard pack or something like that, like there are certain places where there's a sweet spot for them. And of course, like if you're riding on very hilly roads, for example, put road tires on them. I'm sure they handle, like you could corner like an absolute sociopath. Oh, I've said it again. Yes. If you are going on a bike ride, folks, don't descend like a sociopath. And whatever you do, when you're arguing with people on the internet, don't shart light. It's just pathetic. Because, I mean, dude, you're trying to convince somebody that the past happened differently than it really did in order to, like, convince them of some other shit that's not true. That's completely unacceptable. Like, don't shart light. It's pathetic. It's so pathetic. I mean, I don't know. I guess if you want a shart light, go ahead. But it'll be effective at one thing. Undermining your credibility. That's what it'll do. It'll undermine your credibility, and that's it. Because you can fool some of the people all the time, and you can fool all of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all the time. They'll talk to each other, and eventually, accountability will come. Accountability will come, folks. I mean, there's no avoiding it. It always comes for everybody. So, just recognize that it's not going to be fast, cheap, and good. I prefer to be up here in this area where it's fast and good, but not cheap. That's the place to be. Now, of course, maybe you've got a buddy, right? Do you have a buddy who is like really good at things and they'll like fix your stuff for free because you don't need it to be fast and good, you just need it to be cheap and good, so it can be slow, like number 2 there. Slow like number 2. So yeah, it can be fast and good and expensive. That's what you want to be at your, whatever you're earning money doing. Like that might be wise. If it's fast and good and expensive, that might be smart. But as for number 2, it can be good and cheap as long as it's slow. So you have to give up the speed factor. That way it's not expensive, but it's still good and cheap, Now, of course, if your plumbing is leaking and your basement and your living room are filling up with water and you're in waist-deep water in the basement or something like that, then it needs to be fast and good and expensive because you got to dispatch somebody promptly who's going to stop that from happening if you're unable to do it yourself, right? That is why the Minuteman is expensive. Like, what can you say? Like, facts. Meanwhile, some places find themselves in number 3, which is like taking a number 1 on top of a number 2. Number 3. You add them together, and it ain't good. It's fast and cheap, but it ain't good, like diarrhea. It sucks because it's bad. So yeah, fast and cheap is a surefire way to get a thing to be not good. So stay the hell away from fast and cheap because it sucks. All right? So, like, those are your choices. If your project manager thinks it's going to be fast, cheap, and good, maybe somebody has to tell them no or show them that. So maybe give it as a gift to somebody who doesn't know how to do their own goddamn job. Right? It's not going to be fast, cheap, and good, bro. And stop calling me bro on the internet. Please stop calling me bro. I can't stand it. People that you've talked to one time on Twitter are like,
Bro, do you even forecast earthquakes? Bruh. Stop calling me bro. Do not bro me. I can't stand it. Like, in what fictional universe are we bros? I don't get it. We have similar genes. Yeah, you have similar genes to a corn stalk. What the hell difference does that make? 80% of your genes are the same as corn. It does cellular respiration just like you do. It's basically part of the same biome of life existence. Yeah, you share most of your genes with corn. I think it's 85% of your genes are the same as corn. That's how similar. No, maybe it's not that much. It's not that much. It's like 50%. Hold on, let me look that one up. I opened a can of worms here. I'm typing in a DuckDuckGo. How much of our genes are the same as corn? I guess I should type in something like genetic similarity, genetic distance. There we go. That's what you want. It's called genetic distance, the measure of genetic divergence between species or between populations within a species. So it's there's a lot of stuff going on there. I never heard of the Cavalli-Sforza chord distance before, but the distance between species on Earth isn't really that big. And oh man, what do you got? The Euclidean distance. What do you got? I am so out of my comfort zone here. This is some biology stuff that I definitely did not get to. I mean, I took some advanced biology classes in high school. I didn't take any college biology. This is a question for Brett Weinstein. I have no idea what to say about that. Human. What about this? I'll search for human similarity. How genetically similar are humans to other life forms? There we go. Look at that. You got 90% of the genes of cats, 60% of fruit flies, 60% of bananas, 80% of the same genes as cows, 94% the same as dogs. And you're only 98.8% genetically similar to humans. Think about that one. Oh, chimps. Chimps are 98.8% the same genetic material as humans. So cats 90, dogs 94, fruit flies 60, bananas 60% the same as humans, folks. So corn isn't that different. It couldn't be less than like 50% or something. So yeah. And what does that mean? Did you know that everything has a carbon footprint too? This is a funny thing that people think. People think that like every plant is a carbon sink, and that's not true at all. Only plants that are perennial species that get way bigger and bigger with time are carbon storage plants. The rest of them, they don't store carbon. They have a net carbon footprint, which means they emit more carbon dioxide than they consume in the process of photosynthesis, which is why I love talking about carbon dioxide and global warming and climate change and emissions and the greening of the planet and global cooling, global warming, ice ages, the weather, meteorology. All that stuff is fantastic because it's still a frontier of science. Humans can't forecast the weather for 4 days. It's 2024, dudes. We can't forecast the weather for 4 days. That's why our channel shows 3-day forecasts. We show 72-hour forecasts because they're accurate. Whether it's the Euro or the GFS model, the two most commonly used weather models in the world, either one is not accurate enough to show on the channel beyond 3 days. So I challenge you to forecast the weather, the climate, etc. I mean, and by the way, let's define a term here real quick, because I've been studying the climate formally since the late 1980s. 1987 to 88, I started studying the climate formally in 8th grade earth science. We did actual statistical analysis of weather, where we looked at the forecast, we looked at the real temperature. And guess what? Since the 1980s, we've barely increased our ability to forecast the weather. For like daily high temperature, we've advanced that a day and a half, maybe 2 days, since 1987 or 88. So I measured it back in the late 80s. So if you don't believe me, I don't care, because I measured it. And I mean, this was the forecast. I think it was from the local newspaper. So the whole Lehigh Valley has the same newspaper. Maybe even to this day, I don't even know. Nobody probably reads it. It's, last I checked, it's the Morning Call, owned by the Tribune Company. mcall.com, I think. And, you know, the Tribune Company is some news, the Chicago Tribune, basically. It's the Chicago Tribune Lehigh Valley chapter for some reason, which is weird. And I'm not going to make any speculation about that. I don't know anything. I don't know anything why anybody has any ties to like whatever organization. I don't know anything about any of that. Cheers. But the Tribune Company. And you ought to read the articles. The articles are freaking crazy. I mean, the amount of what's the right word? The amount of reading between the lines. They had a history. I don't know if it was a documented history, but in my mind, they had a documented history of weird grammatical and punctuation errors that made a lot of the articles almost into like a poem instead of a real news article, to the point where you're like, is there secret code written into this? There is. Like, for real. I'm not kidding. But anyway, the point is, the newspaper was completely berserk. The newspaper is completely berserk. And, like, there's propaganda in there, for sure. But there's like two modes of propaganda in the same story, if that makes sense. And then to make matters even crazier, it's the National Weather Forecast. Like, there's a certain like consensus forecast, right? And so we studied it. We measured the forecast prediction, and a 1-day forecast was around 80% accurate. 2-day forecast, maybe 70. 3-day forecast dropped down to, back in the late 80s, it was like below 50%. It was like 38%, if I remember correctly. Maybe 31, something like that, in the 30s. Not accurate. Just for high temperature. And I think the margin of error we gave them was a degree, or 2 degrees or something. We gave them a significant margin of error. So when it was wrong, and it was really wrong. So, but whatever, man. I mean, part of the reason why we do the videos and study space weather in the first place on this channel is because I discovered back in the 2010s. The 2010s? Yeah, I think around 2006, maybe, something like that. I realized that the weather was too easy to forecast. Like, Earth weather, it's
like short-term weather, like what's going to happen in the next 24 hours, is too easy to forecast. So with the instruments that we have and the data that we have, a 24-hour forecast, you can get it so dialed in for your local couple of kilometers region that it's so precise that it's if you have people that understand how weather works, it's almost flawless. Like you almost never get any kind of an unexpected anything. I can forecast the weather on two sides of a mountain, for example. You know, it's going to rain, but only on that side of the mountain, not on this side, because of the temperature gradient or whatever. And that's part of the reason why we do space weather, because meteorology is too easy. Like on a short-term basis, less than 24-hour forecasts for a small area, weather forecasting is almost 100% accurate. It's 99% accurate or something like that. Nothing typically happens to... It's like, there's the data, here's how the things relate to each other. There's a forecast. I mean, like, this is why you need a Sherpa, right? If you're going to some place where the weather really matters, like Everest, you have to have somebody who knows how to forecast the weather, which is what the Sherpa does. You know, I guarantee you, if you talk to modern Sherpas, they're like, yeah, I look at the satellite data and stuff like that, because they know. They're like, oh, moisture's coming in, the temperature's this, here's the dew point, you know, there's this much humidity, yada, yada, yada. The pressure is this, etc. You forecast the weather, and then you don't kill yourself on Mount Everest. It's not so hard. Space weather is slightly more challenging. And of course, you may have noticed in the last series of geomagnetic storm forecasts, we didn't get anything. I mean, NOAA and our channel. I'm not sure if anybody else, if anybody saw Tamitha Scove's forecast, let us know what happened with her. Because pretty sure everybody, like usually it's NOAA, NASA, Tamitha Scove, and us all agree. And this time it was NASA. I don't know what Tamitha Scove said, but NASA forecasted it correctly. NOAA over-forecasted the impacts, and we over-forecasted the impacts. So, and by the way, this is the opposite of chart lighting. This is an accurate accounting of what happened in the past, not an inaccurate accounting to like make us look good or get you to believe things that aren't true, otherwise known as lying, right? Gaslighting, aka lying. All right, anyway, I think we should probably end this stream because we are going to come back and put another regular everyday daily space weather video out, because again, the features of a live stream don't lend to the content that we put out for daily space weather. It's better for an uploaded video. So for whatever reason, I mean, we would love to, well, Nay thinks we ought to just marathon stream it. So I don't know. We could maybe play some more music, and then I could go for a little snowy hike, and then I could come back in like half an hour to an hour. But I don't know what kind of playlist am I going to put up. I got to put up my own tracks. And I don't know if can I somehow create a playlist on Spotify here? I'm not so sure. I mean, I don't want to create like an MP3 playlist because, of course, then it's going to play ads. I mean, I could just let it idly stream. I don't know. I don't think I want to do that. So, Nay, I mean, if your local weatherman is not able to forecast, then you got to look. You got to look at the data yourself, right? Because within a 24-hour forecast, you should be able to figure out through trial and error if you're able to forecast the weather. So, you know, do that. Look at the correct data and then sort of like ignore what they say once you know how to modify their forecast. Because usually they're going to be wrong for a reason. Hey, Troll McClure, do you not know what I mean when I say don't post links that aren't to our websites or to our YouTube videos? I mean, I don't know what's so hard to comprehend about it, but like, don't post stupid, idiotic videos that make no sense. You know, the craziest thing about a cultist is that they don't leave their cult, right? All the best cultists, they're not going to leave their cult. They're going to stay in their cult, right? Because that's what a good cultist does. A good cultist keeps paying their dues and showing up to their weird meetings where their nonsense gets reinforced by some lunatic who has no idea what he's talking about. And I mean, that's the thing, right? Now, the quote was attributed to Mark Twain. I've done some research on this one. This one I don't think is a real Mark Twain quote, but it's often attributed to Mark Twain. And the quote is, "It's easier to fool someone than to convince them they've been duped." Right? And that seems more and more true the more you argue with people on the internet, because it's basically just a lost cause. Like, you have to consider self-preservation in a lot of the conversations you have with herp derps on the internet, because herp derps on the internet, they're gonna herp derp, right? It's like you can't control them. They're only a psycho wants to control them, first of all, but like, you can't control them anyway. So you could say, look, here are people who know a lot more about this, who disagree for these valid reasons. And if they choose to listen to those valid reasons or not, that's on them. You know what I mean? Like, you can't save everybody. Some people are going to go down with the ship, even though they don't need to. And you're going to be like, hey, look at me. I didn't need a bunker. I mean, dude. Whatever, man. You know, one time we went on a little hike, a snowy hike during a crazy snowstorm. It was like knee deep at age 13 or something, right? We went from the one friend's house to the other friend's house. And the one kid was like a real, like, athletically challenged dude. You know, he's pretty smart and everything. He, you know, he's great, but not good at anything athletic, all right? We're walking from the one guy's house to the other guy's house, and this dude slumps over in the snow. And this is like, I'm talking about knee-deep snow at age 13, and it was maybe like a half mile, about a half mile. This dude slumps over and goes, "Go on without me. Leave me behind." And I'm like, what? What are you talking about, dude? Like, you're less than a quarter mile from your place. You're like not even halfway to where we're going. And you've now slumped over like some guy in a movie going, "Leave me here to die." I'm like, that's not a thing, you noob. So just either continue on or go home. I'm not going to wait and like argue that you can't go on anymore. It's like a half mile walk through snow. Like, you could do that naked, backwards, doing forward rolls. Backward, forward rolls, not gainers. You could do backward rolls naked for that distance, and nothing would happen. You'd get a little scraped up. That's about all that would happen. You'd basically create like a sled course to where you're going. That's how people act, man.
People convince themselves that an easy thing is hard, and now it's hard because they said it is. It's that simple. I mean, half the stuff that you build up in your mind to being really difficult to put off forever because it's so hard, once you actually do it, you go, ew, that wasn't that hard. What the hell was my problem? That's why you don't procrastinate, right? The reason procrastinating is such an issue is because you go, oh, I can put this thing off. And then as you think about it, you're like, oh man, I should put it off longer because it's going to suck. Oh, it's going to be so bad. Oh, noes. And I'm really not. The taxes this year are not going to be fun because there's finally a W6 form that's going to exist for our channel, and it's going to be a little messy, but the good news is that it's going to be completely above the bar. I mean, we're not trying to embellish anything on the channel. We're just citing facts, and some of the facts are pretty crazy, berserk facts. so yeah. Yeah, I mean, cultists gonna cult, y'all. It's cultists gonna cult. The real question is, and this is, I think I know what the answer is, but can anybody tell us who the cult leader? Right, because every cult. Let's back up. I said this before, but I'll say it again here. Every cult has three main features, all right? 1, belief in nonsense. 2, harmful to cult members. 3, has to have a living leader, right? So, certain World War II era folks, the Branch Davidians, right? You can think of their living leader. The Heaven's Gate cult, they all have a living leader. Who's the living leader of the Grand Solar Minimum cult? Tell me, because I know who it is. I'm 99% sure I know who it is. But think about it. Who is the leader of the Grand Solar Minimum cult? Because there's always the same reference that's made. I'll give you a huge hint. In the Grand Solar Minimum cult, there's always the same reference. So can you name the cult leader of the GSM, the Grand Solar Minimum cult? The living leader of the cult is Valentina Zarkova, which is very creepy because she's kind of old. And I thought she would have been retired years ago. But clearly Valentina Zarkova is the living leader of the GSM cult. Now, I don't think things have been going very well for her. Like, it looks like a lot of her funding has dried up. But she was the one who wrote the paper in 2015, and that convinced a lot of people that it's a Grand Solar Minimum because she forecasted it using analysis of the magneto, the magnetic fields and their variation. She extruded, she projected the next cycles based on a certain clip of cycles and their fields and estimated fields, and then it was clearly off by almost an order of magnitude in terms of the intensity of solar cycle 25. And then she released another paper, I think it was in 2021, was it? I think it was in 2021 she released another paper that was like a revision, which used like a different portion of the previous solar cycles to do the same thing. And guess what? It got disproven within less than a year of its publication. So I guess I don't see anybody else that can be the living leader of the Grand Solar Minimum cult. And the Grand Solar Minimum cult is pretty weird. I mean, those they're looking at a sun with 140 sunspots on it and going, look, the sun's shutting down. Think about that. That's pretty freaking creepy, man. Like, they're illuminating you. Like, think about how Luciferian that is. They're showing you the sun,
and telling you it's shutting down with 140 sunspots. That is, I mean, the cultists who believe that crap, those dudes are cuckoo, cuckoo. So, yeah, I mean, solar cycle 25 is it could be a stronger cycle than even 23. And there are some people who know what they're talking about, like Bob Lehman. You can see one of his posts on our Twitter feed, x.com/smashamash, that seem to think that the strongest part of the cycle will actually be after the peak. So he's expecting the strongest X-ray after the peak of the solar cycle. And we aren't even at the peak of the cycle yet. That's likely to happen in something like October of 2024. So, and it's because statistical analysis of oddly numbered solar cycles versus evenly numbered solar cycles, which of course the number itself is arbitrary, but there might be some underlying physics there that tells us the one cycle is different than the other cycle in terms of when it's the most active. So it's looking, well, the point is solar cycle 25 is a vastly stronger cycle than solar cycle 24, which was weak. But solar cycle 25 isn't weak. It's average at least, and that's clear. And there's no reason to try to debate it because it's already clear that it's at least average. It's probably going to be above average because you can expect another 16 months of similar levels of activity from what you see today. So that's nothing like solar cycle 24. It's not a grand solar minimum. So if you're in the cult, terribly sorry, but if you enjoy it, stay in your harmful cult that believes nonsense. I do not care. I do not care. It's sad and pathetic, but like, I don't have empathy for a bunch of people I don't know. So, good luck. Good luck. You need it. I mean, once again, let me reiterate, the best part of any cult story is the part where it evaporates. Because cults are the worst. I mean, people ruining their lives, believing nonsense, leaving their hometown or wherever they are, and like selling their nest egg to go move to some place with a bunker. Like, why would you do such a ridiculous thing? It's so nonsensical. Everybody is like, many people have this tendency because they think they're special. They predicted the end of the world. That like, it has to happen during my lifetime. I'm very important. When doomsday happens for me, it's going to be doomsday for the whole universe. The whole universe has to come to a halt. Like, that's a crazy delusions of grandeur level of narcissism there. I mean, think about that. Like, something happens to me, the world's going to just stop turning. Like, that's part of the mindset in a lot of these doomsday cultists. They're like, we know better than everybody who's been studying this stuff, like, as their life work. We know better. We've been studying it for 10 minutes on YouTube videos. That's what's so creepy about the cults. Because it's so much easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them that they've been duped. That is creepy AF. Anyway, yes, solar minimum derangement syndrome, for real. So anyway, yeah, it's just, and like, it doesn't matter what data you show them. It's like the Faucists, the Tony Fauci-ists, or the Trumpists, or the anti-Trumpists, or the Bernie Bros, or the Antifas, or all the cults. They all have a living leader, believe nonsense, and are harmful. It's what a cult is. So, yep, and they're very creepy, and there are more cults around right now than have ever existed. I mean, more people think the earth is flat today than thought the earth was flat 2,000 years ago. Like, what? What? Yes. More people think the earth is flat today than thought the earth was flat 2,000 years ago. It's mainly because of population.
But that is a massive cult. I don't know who the... Can anybody name the cult leader of the flat earth cult? I mean, that is some low-hanging fruit there. People think the earth is flat. They can't even explain day-night cycles and the seasons in a single theory. The day-night cycles and the seasons. They can't explain that with one theory that's coherent. And yet, people believe that the planet is flat? Really? You can buy a telescope and see the sun and the moon and Jupiter and see that they're spherical for $200. But you think the earth is flat? Or that it isn't a spinning ball? Or that, because of you don't understand gravity and things? It's kind of creepy when you think about it. I mean, when has mankind had access to nearly all the information civilization has ever known, and known so little about so much? I mean, it's pretty pathetic. Pretty pathetic indeed. So, I mean, but you remember what it was like when you were in school? You were in classes where people were utter idiots because they chose to be. Not because they were just intrinsically stupid. They're just like, yeah, I know, I see all the actual information. I'm just going to believe this shit because I want to. Like, what? But it's clearly like this. And they're like, yeah, I'm just going to keep thinking it's like that instead. And you're like, but why? We just measured it and determined that it's this. And they're like, yeah, but I like believing it's that. And you're like, what? And then they suck at life because they believe utter nonsense instead of facts. And you're like, oh, okay. Wow. I'm not surprised that you suck so hard at life because you believe utter nonsense and abandon facts. Well done. Well done. You sadden me. Please don't call. Anyway, it is definitely time to cut this stream. I am freaking getting fatigued, and I've only got like 40 minutes until I got to make the daily space weather video. So maybe I'll rant some more, but I doubt it. And I'll see you soon. I'm going to close this mother out as another CME is popping off, I think. No, maybe not. Okay. All right, maybe not. Anyway, thanks for tuning into the 5,000 subscriber stream. It's always, always a delight. And we'll see you soon with more content. Again, it'll be another upload of video, probably with a premiere at 7 p.m. Yeah, the normal scenario. And of course, in the meantime, may that solar wind be at your back.